Mic check, coming on in, come on in. Mic check, fast start, mic check, mic check. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube. Trump, Iran strikes, and Canada tariffs. Van Jones versus the DSA live. We got a lot to talk about today. Come on in, double tap, hit the like button, everybody. A lot to talk about today on Watch Your Taco Tuesday. Watch Your Taco Tuesday. Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate. If you're here right now, that means you hit the subscribe, you hit the like, you hit the notification bell. In the background right now, what we're looking at is day 10, everybody. Day 10 of consecutive strikes on Iran. Day 10, Donald Trump consecutively bombing. Day 10 in retaliation. Yesterday, I brought you the news that over the weekend, we suffered several casualties over the weekend in Kuwait and Jordan bases. But what I wanted to do yesterday as we let the American people know this is not the first time, but it will be the last time. Double tap the like button, everybody. This is not the first time that Iran and its proxies, the Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, have attacked bases in Kuwait, bases in Jordan. This is par for the course. Yesterday, I showed a table where uptick in proxy violence since 2023 when Joe Biden was president. If everybody remembers, Joe Biden was president just less than a year and a half ago when Ukraine was invaded and when Israel was attacked on October 7th. I showed when Joe Biden left Afghanistan, there was an uptick in proxy violence leading to a conflict that we have now. When Joe Biden left Afghanistan, the Iranians elected a hardliner. They had money from Obama. Remember, President Trump told us about the billions of dollars in American cash flown to Iran. Iran funded the Iranian proxies. There was an uptick in violence, and now we have this conflict in Iran. Why are we in day 10? Why are we in day 10? Double tap the like button. We are in day 10 of absolute bombing. There has been no response. There has been no response. We have impunity. We have total control of the Straits of Hormuz. The breakdown is like this. What I am seeing is that we have over 100 missiles to maybe 10 missiles. The breakdown is this. It was a funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini. They asked for permission. They asked for permission to have a funeral. Double tap the like button. First in the chat, get shouted out. Behind me, you see day 10. We are continually pumping Iran. Iran has not been able to respond. Iran is the one who broke the ceasefire. Iran is the one who started the aggression. Iran is the one who broke the MOU. Donald Trump was being peaceful. Donald Trump was being benevolent, the greatest president in your lifetime. The Iranians and the IRGC asked a favor of the Americans. They said, America, please stop bombing us. I don't understand if they're winning. Why would they need the favor? They said, America, please stop bombing us. We want to bury the supreme leader. It's been 4 months, by the way. Now, listen to the context of this. February 28, we invade Iran. February 28, we decimate Iran. We take out the army. We take out the Navy. We take out the top leadership, including the supreme leader. Trump has been saying this since February 28. Since February 28, Trump has said they have no army. They have no Navy. We took out all the top. We don't know who we're negotiating with. Everybody denied that fact. Well, 4 months later, Iran and the IRGC comes to Trump very humbly and begs to have a funeral. Now, the world did not even believe that the Ayatollah was dead. They didn't believe Trump. I don't know why they didn't believe Trump, but they refused to believe Trump. This is confirmation that America is winning in Iran. So the Iranians come to the Americans and say, we want to bury Ayatollah Khomeini, supreme leader, 4 months after his death. Keep in context of how I'm couching this. 4 months after he is unalive, they want to do a funeral, but they need permission from the Americans. Donald Trump grants them permission to do a funeral. They come back and say, we need 9 days to have a mourning period. We are going to have a funeral and we need 9 days. We don't want any fighting for the 9 days. Donald Trump says, of course, you can have your funeral. You can have your 9 days. Why? Because this will show the world that Donald Trump wasn't lying, that Donald Trump did take out the Navy. Donald Trump did take out the Air Force, and he also took out the top leadership of the IRGC. At the funeral, we see them bury 7 coffins, including a baby coffin. At the funeral, we finally get confirmation because Iran has CNN embedded in Iran, very heavy propaganda, but we finally learn at the funeral Ayatollah Khomeini, is confirmed he is no longer with us. They buried him at a funeral along with the leadership. 7 coffins in total. I don't know how many people saw the funeral, but there were big things about the funeral that stood out to conservatives like me. There was no representative of any leadership or any direction by Iran. Iran has claimed they are afraid to show the new supreme leader, who is supposedly the gay son of the previous supreme leader. We haven't heard him. Why haven't we heard him? I don't know. But what Iran is saying is they are afraid to show us the new supreme leader because they feel America will bomb him. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Robert is first in the chat. Robert said Vietnam 2.0. Let's deal with the idiots right off the top. Robert, you're an idiot. Do you know why you're an idiot? How long have we been in Iran, idiot? We've only been in Iran a couple months, idiot. This is not Vietnam 2.0, idiot. But we can talk about the Ukraine. We can talk about Russia bombing the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. And how the hell did we spend $300 billion in the Ukraine? Why was Hillary Clinton this year, 2026, at the Munich Security Council saying that we need to give the Ukraine Tomahawk missiles? See, what you don't understand, the differences between the Ukraine and the Russia conflict is that the Europeans was using Americans in the Ukraine-Russia conflict as a proxy. See, we're using the Ukraine as a proxy to fight a nuclear power, which is very, very different because Russia is actually decimating the Ukraine. We've wasted $300 billion in the Ukraine. It's going to take $1 trillion, in my estimates, $589 billion to rebuild the Ukraine. That's okay for Democrat idiots who believe Democrat idiots like Robert believe Iran is Vietnam 2.0. But if they won't admit, how long has Zelensky been president? I'll wait. How long has Zelensky? That's not a president. Can we just be honest? If we're going to break down the hypocrisy in geopolitics, how long has Zelensky been in power? I just did a story. Ecuador and South America, they just had the World Cup. The dictator, he just said he not having no more elections. He arrested, just like Maduro, the last people who ran against him. So I'm asking you, how long has Zelensky been in office? Zelensky has been there since 2014. Zelensky has been there since 2014. Do you know how long this Ukraine, how much money, how much time in this pit of a hell that we've spent in the Ukraine? And you come here with this idiotic statement about Iran being the next Vietnam? Wake up! Wake up! Wake the fuck up! Makes no sense. Today we're talking about day 10 in Iran. And like I said, why are we in Iran? Let's help this idiot out. Why are we in Iran? We are in Iran because your fakeless leader, Joe Biden, fell asleep on the damn job. Joe Biden left the region. Joe Biden left Afghanistan like a coward. Joe Biden left Afghanistan. He made America embarrassed. He made the Western society embarrassed. Joe Biden created a power vacuum in the region, and the Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Hamas went crazy. They celebrated Joe Biden. This is the thing about the Democrats. You know what I say about the Democrats? See, the Democrats think only Americans watch TV. You know what you Democrats need to wake up to? Everybody saw Joe Biden fall asleep. The Chinese saw Joe Biden fall asleep. The Koreans saw Joe Biden fall asleep. The Iranians saw Joe Biden fall asleep. Wake up, Democrats. Wake up, Democrats. See, the Democrats think that America is the only one who saw Joe Biden get left on the stage. No, the whole globe. This is why we are respected now. Because Joe Biden fell asleep on the stage and the whole world watched it. Iran celebrated Joe Biden being the president. You don't know, geopolitically, our enemies were happy when Joe Biden, they wanted Kamala Harris. They wanted Kamala Harris, a complete idiot, who has no basis doing anything in geopolitics. Kamala Harris is the reason why we're in the Ukraine conflict. He wants to talk about Vietnam 2.0. Kamala Harris was the border czar. Is she black? I don't know if she's black. You know what? I don't care if she's black, but did she secure the border? And why was she more concerned with the Russia-Ukrainian border? Kamala Harris is the one who stoked the flames in the Ukraine. Kamala Harris says to Putin that the Ukraine has a right to be part of NATO, but Putin had a red line. Putin always had a red line. Putin, one red line to the Western powers: leave NATO alone. Leave NATO alone. That's all. And then Kamala Harris, who fucked up the Mexican-American border, who fucked up the inflation in the economy with that green jobs bullshit, goes to the Munich Security Council, siding with Europeans. Europeans are not on our side. And Kamala Harris says to Putin, he just spits in his face. Kamala Harris says the Ukraine has a right and a desire to be part of NATO. The next thing you know, Putin is bombing the Ukraine. This was so simple to people who understand geopolitics. This is so simple. There was a red line. Kamala and Biden crossed the red line purposely on behalf of the Europeans. Starmer, who just got kicked out. Starmer and Macron. But this is the thing that conservatives understand. Listen to this part. Conservatives, we understand why Starmer and Macron manipulated Kamala and Biden. I get it. See, you want Trump to be your huckleberry, but you won't talk about how the Europeans manipulated Biden and Kamala to get them into this quagmire called Ukraine versus Russia. And keep in mind that Russia is a nuclear power. Russia is a nuclear power. MAGA blame game. Give up something, idiot. Do better than that, because Russia is decimating the Ukraine. Russia over the weekend just invaded and blew up Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. There is no way the Ukraine, who is not a nuclear power, can stand up against Russia, who is a major world nuclear power, without the help of the Americans. Europeans are not helping. What we learned in this Ukraine conflict is that Europe is not militarized. Europe is not nuclear. That's what we're learning. That's why we're pulling out of NATO. That's why we're pulling out of the UN. That's why we said fuck Spain. And that's why Starmer just got kicked out. The Europe don't even got his act together. They just elected a socialist. They just made Starmer resign, and they just elected a socialist who's going to take over energy, take over power. He's a Mondani midget. That's what's going on in Europe and UK. You don't know shit about geopolitics. You don't know shit about geopolitics. They celebrated Joe Biden. See, you know what made them upset, guys? You know what made them upset? When I brought out the fact that Joe Biden's Sleepy Joe tactics were seen by the globe. See, the Democrats don't like that conversation. See, the Democrats thought only Americans saw Joe Biden's failures. But you don't know how the internet works. I'm here to tell you today, surprise left, surprise Democrats, everybody watched Joe Biden. Everybody watched Kamala Harris. Everybody saw Kamala Harris not ready for the show. You think only Donald Trump just a year and a half ago won every single swing state. But you guys think that's unique to America. You're not looking at Japan, elect a leader who is hardline on Muslim immigration. You're not looking at the leaders globally in South America who are hardline on Muslim immigration. You're not watching the global ramifications after the Trump election. What I am saying to you is that the whole world saw Kamala Harris. I know you might be surprised, but the whole globe watched Joe Biden lose that debate. The whole globe has been watching the failure of the Democrats. And today, finally, we have the Democrats waking up. Bill Maher just said his vote is no longer up for grabs. He's not voting Democrat. Van Jones, in my topic today, Van Jones is going after the socialist, communist, Democratic left. There is a split in the Democratic Party. I don't care what you think about Trump. You don't even have a direction. As a Democrat and a leftist today, you don't even have a direction. You're correct. The MOU failed. You are correct. The MOU failed. And why did the MOU fail? Can anybody tell us in the chat what happened? The MOU is over. The MOU is over. The ceasefire is over because Iran broke the memorandum of understanding. Iran broke the MOU. Can I get that in the chat? Iran broke the MOU. Double tap at the like button. Iran broke the MOU. Iran broke the ceasefire. Why did Iran break the MOU? Why did Iran break the ceasefire? Because Iran doesn't have any leadership. Just 9 days ago, Iran had a funeral. Iran had a funeral for the Ayatollah Khomeini, right? Iran had a funeral for the Ayatollah. And guess what happened? They buried 7 people. So according to some of you, Donald Trump was not telling the truth about how much winning we were doing in Iran. Donald Trump said on February 28th, he took out the top leadership. They just had a funeral with 7 bodies, but it took 4 months to bury the supreme leader. Can we have a real honest debate? Can we have a real honest debate? It took 4 months to bury the supreme leader. And what happens at the funeral? They already knew he was dead. Think about this, you guys. Think about they said, Donald Trump in America, can you please stop bombing us? We want to have a funeral. And we want 9 days to mourn Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader. They want to have a funeral. They need 9 days to mourn. Donald Trump, benevolent, greatest leader of all time. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to bomb them. They want to have a funeral. I said, they can have a funeral. And if they don't, I'm going to bomb them. I'm going to bomb Carg Island and don't touch the pipes. We're going to bomb Carg Island. Don't touch the pipes. Donald Trump says, have your funeral, have your mourning period, right? Have your funeral, have your mourning period. So we watch a funeral, right? We watch Iran. And finally, this is confirmation that the Ayatollah Khomeini is gone. And if you ask me, and if you ask conservatives, it's confirmation that they're all gone. They all gone. You didn't see the new supreme leader at the funeral, which is supposedly the Ayatollah Khomeini's gay son, but you haven't seen or heard him in 4 months. You haven't seen the supreme leader in 4 months. We have a funeral. They say, please, can we have a funeral? And please, can we have a 9-day mourning period? After the funeral, they start bombing. The ceasefire, the Iranians who just begged for a funeral, the Iranians who just begged for 9 days, start bombing ships in the port. That's what happened. That's why the MOU got broken. We gave them a funeral. We gave them 9 days, and then they had the funeral. Everybody start crying. And you know what's ironic to me? Why the fuck are you crying? Can you tell me why they crying? Can you tell me why they crying? He been dead 4 months. Finner guy, come on back with your pussy ass. Come on, Finn. Why were they crying? Why were they crying if he's been dead 4 months? This is the couch. I want to couch it for you guys. He was been dead 4 months. They begged to have a funeral. Why is it so emotional? Can you tell us? So anyway, they have the funeral, they cry. All these grown men crying over another man. They're supposed to be at war. They emotional, they crying. I thought they was winning, Finner guy. Finner guy, I thought they was winning. You know, MAGA doesn't have an argument when they scream and blame. Please tell me. Please tell me. I'm asking you a question, Finner guy. Come on now. See, they just run, man. They just run. They ain't got shit to say, man. They ain't got shit to say, man. They just run. They just run. Please tell us what's going on. Please tell us what's going on. Huh? Since you know everything. Since you know everything, please tell us. We in day 10. So now we've established that Iran broke the MOU, broke the ceasefire because they don't have a leader. They just had a funeral. They buried 7 bodies. They broke the MOU and they broke the ceasefire after the funeral. They didn't even take 1 day mourning. They didn't even take 1 day. That lets me know they don't have any leadership. They don't have a supreme leader right now because they would have taken the 9 days of mourning to regroup and to reassess and to come back and attack. If that's what they were going to do, if they were going to attack, they would have took the 9 days of mourning and they would have reassessed. But instead, they acted emotionally. And this is the thing that people, the name Fender guy should be an embarrassment. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Check this out, David. They pussy and they scared. MAGA put bandanas on their ears after the Supreme Leader was hurt. MAGAs put band-aids on their ears after the Supreme Leader. What does that mean, Master of Wagness? You've been saying a lot of stupid shit with that anarchy bullshit. You have not made any sense. What are you talking about? What is you talking about? Give them a chance before we get them up out of here. 2 to 5 year old talking points. What are the recent talking points? What are the recent talking points? For the pussies in the chat. What are the recent talking points? It's like they hear these facts and they just been waiting for the day to say the stupid shit that they want to say. They hear all the facts that we got on the conservative side, and then they just been waiting for the day to say they stupid shit, right? And it's not anything to say. They're not hitting the like button. They're not hitting the donate button. Everybody from the conservative, all of my MAGA Knights, double tap hit the like button. Send a super chat, send a gift right now. Show the suckers how we support. Show the suckers what's going to have 2 point. What's up with your BD? BGP, what's up with your baby? Salute to you, man. Salute to you, man. Man, send the super chat, send the gift. Let the clowns know, man. Let the clowns know, man. It's Watching Taco Tuesday. It's Watching Taco Tuesday. Reparations for January 6th Patriots. I like that. I like when you show up, man. I like your thumbnail. I like everything you be doing, man. PTP, what's up with your Big Daddy Beard Gaming? That's my brother right there. Shout out to you, man. Everybody go subscribe, man. Left this thing, they are authorities on everything. For sure, man. For sure, man. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in, man. The thing is we got to have the likes up high. We got to have the likes up high fast. Everybody supporting the channel, everybody watching, hit the like button right now. Get the likes up fast. Price of oil and fertilizer. Relax and talk sports. Love to see our tax dollars in action. Salute to you. Relax and talk sports. Shout out to everybody in the building. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Double tap the like button, everybody. Get the likes up. There was no ceasefire in place during these strikes. What are you talking about? It's like they can't hear. Pikachu. Are you smoking, Pika? Are you smoking, Pikachu? Pikachu 9. There was no ceasefire in place during the strikes. What are you talking about? I guess I'm talking about nothing, Pikachu, so we can just block your dumb ass. Some shit you can't even respond to. It's so idiotic. I've done so much explanation. Some people just got to get the fuck up out of here. It's just that much stupid shit. I mean, I didn't go into great detail about how the MOU was broken. Donald Trump was in Turkey when they broke the MOU. Double tap, hit the like button, and it's like they just don't listen. You know what I'm saying? They just want to say and make up whatever the fuck they want to make up. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody vote in the poll. Is Trump the president who once said gas price will never rise? Find that clip for me. Find that clip for me. And what the fuck does that have to do with anything that we're talking about? Everybody knows inflation was higher under Biden, and we paid more for gas under Biden and Obama. But you might be 20 years old. You may not even own a car. You may not even buy gas. Can we just be honest about some of the bullshitters? You know what I'm saying? I pay more for gas under Biden and Obama, and you probably don't own a car or purchase gas. This is the worst part about the bullshit. You probably don't own a car or purchase gas. This debate was just had on CNN, and it was debunked, and we all know inflation was higher under Biden. Inflation was higher under Obama, and we did not have these conflicts that were started by Joe Biden. Can we get a double tap in the audience? Can I get a double tap? Double tap the screen. I'm just slapping them down all day long. I'm just slapping them down all day long. You know what else I'll say about this comment right here? You know what I'll say about this comment right here that I love to bring up when people ignore the inflation under Joe Biden? It just was being talked about. It just was being talked about how the Green New Deal would create inflation. Green New Deal creates inflation. Unheard of inflation. Unheard of inflation, right? So Joe Biden's deal, and an economist said it was on, it was on, hold on, it was on Breakfast Club. On Breakfast Club. We got to deal with this, man, because people be in the propaganda. But it wasn't just the high inflation and how much did you pay for eggs compared to how much you're paying for eggs now, right? Since you want to play the number game, but it's about the fact that I like to remind people, and this is the thing about people after you've gone through this, right? This is the thing, right? It's sad that you don't remember how bad the Democrats treated you. You don't remember shrinkflation. You don't remember shrinkflation? So under Biden, you only had inflation that was so high that they started doing something called shrinkflation. That means they shrank packages. When you go into your supermarket now, you will see items that look like they used to look before Joe Biden became president. It used to be 16 ounces, but now when you look at the package, it's 12 ounces. Now it used to be 8 ounces. Now when you look at the can, it's 6 ounces. So not only did we experience hyperinflation under Joe Biden thanks to the Green New Deal, but we also, to comp with the inflation, experienced shrinkflation, and none of you even discuss it. None of you discuss it or understand the complexities of what really happened to you under the Biden era. That's what really happened to you under the Biden era. It wasn't just inflation, it was also shrinkflation. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get the likes up, man. Get the likes up right now. Get the likes up right now. Green New Deal would make income taxes 90%. Double tap, hit the like button. Relax and talk sports. He said, when has America ever been alone? Didn't we just become better friends with Turkey? You sound stupid. Double tap at the like button. Didn't we just become better friends with China? At the same time that we became friends with China, didn't we weren't we in charge of the Straits of Hormuz, blocking the Straits of Hormuz? Doesn't China get 80%, over 50% of their oil from Iran at the same time as we're stopping China from getting the majority of their oil? China says, no, me and America is friends. Me and Trump are friends, and me and Trump has been friends. Is Trump president who once said Iran shall be nothing but a rock? See other things happening. Iran is stronger because of Trump. How is Iran stronger because of Trump? How is Iran stronger? This probably is a Muslim sympathizer, empathizer. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up. You probably a Iranian Muslim sympathizer. Are you an Islamic person? Just be honest, Matt did. Mobby 7791. Are you an Islamic person? Because you seem to be purposely, willfully ignorant. A lot of people are purposely, willfully ignorant. This is why I say the American children would do better learning about the difference between Shia and Sunni Muslims, learning what a jihad is versus learning about critical race theory. You would do better learning about Joe Biden causing inflation. Man, they be hiding. I just seen this damn video. They be hiding the videos, man. I just seen this damn video. They be hiding the videos, man. So we're going to keep looking for the video, though. Keep the conversation going in the chat, man. Keep the conversation going in the chat. We talking about day 10. We coming in live. We coming in hot. Day 10, Iran strikes. Day 10, America with the Iran strikes. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Let's get the likes up. Get the algorithm tripping fantastic. Day 10 of Iran strikes. Double tap at the like button. Day 10 of Iran strikes. Day 10 of Iran strikes. Get the likes up, everybody. Let's get into the discussion right now. Day 10 of Iran strikes being escalated after the funeral and burial of Ayatollah Khomeini. Double tap at the like button. Let's go. Let's get in the conversation. Get in the chat. Make sure you vote. Make sure you vote. This is the Perfect Summer Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate. This is Secretary of War Pete Hegseth drops a line on the Iranian regime from the Oval Office, flanked by Scott Bessent, J.D. Vance. The dream team is in the building. The dream team is in the building. Double tap at the like button. Words from my partner, brother from another mother, Pete Hegseth. I call him on this channel, Pete Heggy, baby. Double tap at the like button.
Well, just how we're doing, generally speaking. Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover. Build up a conventional capability like the North. Well, just how we're doing, generally speaking. Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize. Conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember just how we're doing, generally speaking. Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans committed to the cause, just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on this. Well, just how we're doing, generally speaking. Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans committed to the cause, just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further.
The dude, man, be as propagandized. Yeah, I know the sound. They are propagandized. Give 5 perfect time. Man, Bridge just gifted 5 memberships. Shout out to you, Bridge. Thank you for that, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Double tap. Double tap. Get the memberships, man. Get your memberships, man. Get your memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's so dope. Gifted 5 memberships. Double tap at the like button, you guys. Double tap at the like button. Get your memberships, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. We just taking a little pause real quick. We just taking a little pause real quick, man. We coming in hot, man. But you know what, man? Sometimes you just got to take a minute, man, and enjoy the sun, man. Sometimes you just got to take a minute and enjoy the sun. These liberals is emotional. We are dealing with some emotional people. The Muslims, the Iranian Muslims, the people who are sympathetic and empathetic to Iran, the Muslims, emotional. The Democrats, emotional. We got some really emotional children. They all emotional. You tie that in with the racists. You got the racist old white men with the micro penises, and you got the emotional liberal left. Man, and you just got a recipe for disaster. You know what I'm saying? But this is why we do this every day. Coming in, killing the game, MAGA, Taco Tuesday with the hottest news. Trump, Iran strikes, and Canada terrorists. Van Jones versus DSA live. We got our number. We got Relax and Talk Sports in the building. We got a lot of our faithfuls in the building. Day 10 of absolute hellfire in Iran. We coming in with a live update. Day 10 of the Trump doing his thing. Trump, Iran strikes, and Canada terrorists. Van Jones versus DSA live. Y'all want to take a break? We could take a break. Y'all go ahead and like the show. Hit the like button. Y'all go ahead and hit the like button. Hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, tap on in. 19 likes, that might be it right there. 19 likes. Well, wouldn't you know it? Even the people, 19 likes. Oh, man. Well, it's one of them weird days, man. It's one of them weird days, man. I'm sure the numbers will come back, but it's just one of them things, man. Let's keep going. Let's get back to the video.
Like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea.
Just how we're doing, generally speaking.
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans committed to the cause, just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. To recognize these incredible Americans committed to the cause, just like you are. Something. That no one was willing to stand up. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department, and we're prepared to do that. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up
for this.
But we're getting these signs that mediators are actively working to prevent further escalation, though a White House official tells us that the U.S. strikes are expected to continue until President Trump chooses a different course of action. And at this point, we've gotten very few public indications that Iran is willing to let up its leverage when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, attacking another tanker overnight, this time linked to Kuwait. There's new data out from research firm Kepler that finds the average amount of ships transiting from Friday to Sunday was about 10 vessels per day, and most of them, if not all of them, use the route that is being approved by Iran and not that U.S. coordinated route that is closer to Oman. Now, just compounding the risks, as you've been discussing on this program, is the threat from the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels to institute this immediate maritime blockade of Saudi Arabia, as we know that the country has been using its pipeline to get more supply to market via the Red Sea to the tune about 4.5 million barrels per day since the conflict began. And Saudi Arabia is taking the threat seriously, saying in a statement overnight that they will take, quote, all necessary measures to protect its ships. Now, John, as regional allies are working to try to get some sort of resolution, we got this new reporting this morning that Iran's president says that he is in closer touch with the country's supreme leader, which some experts say could help smooth the path for diplomacy. But we're getting these signs that mediators are actively working to prevent further escalation, though a White House official tells us that the U.S. strikes are expected to continue until President Trump chooses a different course of action. And at this point, we've gotten very few public indications that Iran is willing to let up its leverage when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, attacking another tanker overnight, this time linked to Kuwait. There's new data out from research firm Kepler that finds the average amount of ships transiting from Friday to Sunday was about 10 vessels per day, and most of them, if not all of them, use the route that is being approved by Iran and not that U.S. coordinated route that is closer to Oman. Now, just compounding the risks, as you've been discussing on this program, is the threat from the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels to institute this immediate maritime blockade of Saudi Arabia, as we know that the country has been using its pipeline to get more supply to market via the Red Sea to the tune about 4.5 million barrels per day since the conflict began. And Saudi Arabia is taking the threat seriously, saying in a statement overnight that they will take, quote, all necessary measures to protect its ships. Now, John, as regional allies are working to try to get some sort of resolution, we got this new reporting this morning that Iran's president says that he is in closer touch with the country's supreme leader, which some experts say could help smooth the path for diplomacy. But we're getting these signs that mediators are actively
I saw a lack of leadership at the funeral. Double tap at the like button. We're in day 10 of strikes, day 10 of strikes in Iran. Double tap at the like button. Get the likes up, everybody. It's important. We're in day 10, Iran coverage. Escalated strikes in Iran after they break the MOU, break the ceasefire after the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini. Double tap at the like button. Leave me a comment in the chat. Leave me a vote. Let's have a discussion. Let's have a discussion right now. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Let's have a discussion right now.
Next steps following a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran military sites.
And here chronicling it all and getting inside is Trey Yinks. He is over in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Another night of heavy U.S. strikes against Iran. This was the 10th consecutive night aimed at degrading Iran's ability to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command posted overnight about those strikes and their operations in the region, saying since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 million barrels of crude oil. They went on to say American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression towards civilian mariners seeking to freely and openly transit the strait. Early this morning, Iran attacked another tanker off the coast of Oman, forcing the crew to evacuate the vessel, according to maritime tracking groups. This does come after President Trump issued a new warning to the regime about killing American forces in the Middle East. The commander-in-chief said every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson was asked this week about the possibility of U.S. forces entering Iran. This was his response.
They will face the consequences. I believe there are people in those very areas, and they are not few in number, who are counting the moments until they can welcome them.
The comments do come as the Wall Street Journal reports that Iran moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain, an underground facility next to the Natanz nuclear site. The report, based on Israeli intelligence, is the latest to focus on the site. President Trump indicated last week he is considering new strikes against this facility. We're also tracking developments with the Houthis in Yemen, one of Iran's largest proxies in the region. The Houthis say they are implementing a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, just another leg of this expanding conflict. Guys?
And Trey, that would be pretty devastating because Saudi Arabia has rerouted their oil, 8 million barrels a day, through the Red Sea. So if you stop Saudi Arabia, that would really affect the price of oil and gas. Have they actually done it yet, or they just say they're going to do it?
They say that they're going to do it, and there are initial reports of some incidents off the coast of Yemen. When we look at the situation, though, the Houthis are trying to do exactly what their largest funder and supporter is doing, and that's the Iranian regime. They're trying to use the Bab al-Mandab Strait, this entrance into the Red Sea, as a choke point, specifically against Saudi Arabia. But it does raise questions about if they would try to target other international vessels passing through that critical waterway. But again, this is the Houthis trying to tie what leverage they have left to international shipping. And it does raise these questions about the possibility that the Iranians could try to use one of their largest proxy groups to put new pressure on these international shipping lanes. At this moment, we don't have indications that they've
This is one of the things that's been plaguing the negotiations. You have Iran, you have the IRGC, but then you also have the Iranian proxies. And that's why I say yesterday we had a discussion. And it's surprisingly to me, you had CRT come up in the news again, critical race theory. And Democrats are still, you guys better vote. You better vote in 2026. You better vote in 2028. Because the Democrats and the left think it's more important that you learn about slavery from 400 years ago. That's never going to come back. Slavery is never going to come back. I don't know why Democrats and the left want you to learn more about critical race theory than what's on this map and what Iran means when it says death to America, and how Iran uses its proxy army, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in the Red Sea, and Hamas in Gaza. You need to understand these things. This is why so many people are empathetic and so many people are against different companies in the region. They do not understand, but they think the liberal left thinks it's more important that you understand critical race theory, that you know who Harriet Tubman is, Harriet Tubman is dead. Harriet Tubman is never coming back. Slavery is never coming back. I don't know why they want you trapped in slavery. I don't know why they want you trapped in Jim Crow. But I would love it if Americans knew more about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, Iran, when Obama made that stupid ass deal, why the JPCOA was a bad deal, because it allowed Iran to continue to fund its proxy army. That proxy army bombed Israel on October 7th. That proxy army bombed Kuwaiti bases way before February 28th. That proxy army has been waging a jihad against Americans in the region for 47 years. But they think you need to know about critical race theory, fucking slavery from 400 years ago. But you don't understand Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. You don't understand jihad. You don't understand the difference between the Shia and the Sunni. You don't understand why at the funeral, for the Ayatollah Khomeini, they chanted, "Death to America, death to America, Allah Akbar, death to him." That's what they said at the funeral days ago, just days ago. And Democratic liberals don't want Americans to understand why they chant this. When you can educate Americans, why are they chanting Allah? Why are they chanting death to America? What is this jihad? What is their beliefs? So we can better understand the region, because I don't know how you knowing more about slavery than current geopolitics helps you today. I don't know how you learning about Jim Crow, civil rights, things that happened hundreds of years ago helps you today versus you know your geopolitical climate. So when you go and vote for bills and budgets and how to protect yourself as an American, your borders, see, they didn't teach you to do that. That's what this is about. I say you better vote, because there is a fight in the American public. I say you better vote, because some people think it's more important for your children to learn about slavery, and then there are conservatives like me that think the American people need to know what's going on in the globe. And you need to know why these people have hated you going back to 9/11. And you know what makes me upset is that we didn't have this talk after 9/11. After 9/11, I wish more Americans understood the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim and what a jihad is. But we never had that talk after 9/11. I think today, with the Iran conflict, I think we need to put slavery, that Americans are too familiar with slavery. I think maybe we could put slavery on the back burner, right? I think we could talk about slavery on Black History Month in February, right? But during an election year, I think it's important that Americans understand the conflicts. Let's get back to the news so you guys can understand. We're in day 10. You guys understand that the ceasefire is over. We're back in a war with Iran. There have been bombing for 10 days. The ceasefire is over. We are back in the escalated war with Iran. We actually took casualties over the weekend. Americans lost 3 to 4 soldiers just yesterday. I broke the news. God rest their souls. God bless their families. This is not a joke. This is a real war. It's been 10 days since they buried Ayatollah Khomeini and the Iranians broke the ceasefire. Over the weekend, we took casualties, and Trump has vowed to bomb Iran to avenge the death of those American soldiers. That's what's going on right now today.
Ways the next steps following a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran military sites.
And here chronicling it all and getting inside is Trey Yinks. He is over in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Another night of heavy U.S. strikes against Iran. This was the 10th consecutive night aimed at degrading Iran's ability to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command posted overnight about those strikes and their operations in the region, saying since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 million barrels of crude oil. They went on to say American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression towards civilian mariners seeking to freely and openly transit the strait. Early this morning, Iran attacked another tanker off the coast of Oman, forcing the crew to evacuate the vessel, according to maritime tracking groups. This does come after President Trump issued a new warning to the regime.
Did you guys hear that? Iran just attacked another tanker. You know what I've said? You know what I said? And I promise you guys, you're going to hear this. You know what I said? You're going to hear this echo after I said, this is not a war effort anymore in Iran. This is piracy. They are only going after commercial vessels because we've closed the Straits of Hormuz. There's a blockade in Cuba. What's happening with the blockade? Let me give you an example of what's happening in Iran. There's a blockade in Cuba. They can't get any supplies into Cuba. They can't get oil. They don't have power. Hospitals, schools, everything is shut down in Cuba. But this is the thing. Refrigerators are not working in Cuban hospitals, so you can't keep medicine closed. You can't keep medicine cold. You can't keep food cold. So people are starving. Infant mortality rates are skyrocketing. If mothers are dying in labor in Cuba, the same thing is happening in Iran with the Straits of Hormuz being closed. They can't get wheat in from Russia. They can't get supplies in from the Strait. What's happening and why they keep going after the commercial vessels, in my opinion, is it's piracy. It's piracy. They just attacked another commercial vessel. We've been bombing them for 10 days. That's not even strategic. Are you guys listening? Is this microphone on? Is this mic? I said it's not even strategic. Iran is not even strategically attacking America. They're going after commercial vessels because they're hungry. They're hungry. This is piracy. We're not even at war with the army. We crippled the army so bad. What's left are soldiers who have become pirates. And they keep going after commercial vessels because they're hungry. They keep going after commercial vessels because they're hungry. Day 10.
Steps following a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran military.
A 10th consecutive night, just in case you guys thought I was making it up. A 10th consecutive night of strikes. 10 nights of bombing ever since the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini, and the Iranians broke the ceasefire after the funeral. They had a funeral for the supreme leader 4 months after he died. They got so emotional. They got so sensitive after burying him, even though they knew he was dead for 4 months. They broke the ceasefire. Can we have a real framing of this conversation? They begged Trump for a funeral. They begged the Americans for 9 days to mourn Ayatollah Khomeini. Why should we give them 9 days when he's been dead for 4 months? They already knew he was dead. Why they need 9 days? We gave them 9 days. We said you could have a funeral and you could have the 9 days. The Iranians did not take 1 day of mourning. How many of you know the history of events and why we got back to escalated bombing in Iran? The Iranians did not take 1 day of mourning. They buried the Ayatollah Khomeini on a Monday. It was 7 coffins, including a little baby coffin. At the funeral, they chanted, "Death to America, Allah Akbar, death to Trump." Within hours, they started bombing America. They broke the ceasefire. Iran broke the ceasefire. Iran broke the MOU. If you ask conservative media outlets like this one here, my argument is that was an emotional response. I don't respect it because he's been dead 4 months. Be that as it may, what happened after the Supreme Leader's funeral was an emotional response from a people who lack leadership and direction. If they had leadership and direction and they understood the global conflict that they're in, they would not have acted out emotionally. It made them look bad on the global scale for people looking at the global conflict. You ask the Americans for a funeral. You ask the Americans for 9 days, and then you break the ceasefire. Not even a day. You don't even take a day to mourn. You just start bombing and then you don't even bomb soldiers. You don't hit American naval ships. You don't bomb, you hit commercial ships. You try to take money. You try to take goods. I am telling you people that the Iranian IRGC is broken down. This is piracy, and you never would have saw any attacks after that funeral if they had clear, precise leadership and direction. Day 10 of bombing after the funeral, after Iran breaks the ceasefire.
Ways the next steps following a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran military sites.
And here chronicling it all and getting inside is Trey Yinks. He is over in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Another night of heavy U.S. strikes against Iran. This was the 10th consecutive night aimed at degrading Iran's ability to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command posted overnight about those strikes and their operations in the region, saying since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 million barrels of crude oil. They went on to say American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression towards civilian mariners.
So let's break this down. I've been making jokes about this, but here's the facts of the matter. I said the other day, I did a story. Donald Trump came out and said, I had a secret, America. He said, in the White House, Donald Trump said, I have a secret. I said, Trump, keep the secret, Trump. Trump said, no, I'm going to tell everybody I got a secret. And they said, well, Trump, what's the secret? He said, ever since February 28th, when we invaded Iran, we've been taking oil. We've been stealing oil out of Iran every night. How many people knew that? People think Trump is not being upfront about the fact that we taking the oil. Donald Trump said, and the Iranians didn't know. How many people saw that interview? Donald Trump said, I have a secret. I want to tell a secret. I have a secret. I want to share with the American people. I shouldn't tell it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. There's a secret. We've been stealing the oil out of Carg Island every night. Yes, we have. Millions of barrels. Millions of barrels. So much oil is being taken out every day. Yes, we are. We're taking the oil. Double tap, hit the like button. Don't touch my pipes. Pause. Don't touch my pipe. Donald Trump admitted. And then he said in the interview, this is the first time that the Iranians learned that the Americans have been taking oil every day since we got there. Americans have been taking oil every day since we got there. Since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 million barrels of crude oil. just being completely transparent. This is transparency on this channel. Transparency. How many people know about Venezuela? How much money we've made? Over $7 billion off of Venezuelan crude. It's in the Qatari offshore account. Maybe that's why Qatar gave Donald Trump the brand new Air Force One plane. I don't know. But we made $7 billion plus off Venezuelan crude. And it's in the Qatari offshore account. Qatar gave Trump a brand new jet plane. I'm leaving on a jet plane. And now, first, I'm reporting to you. I don't know if you knew about it, but we've been taking oil out of Iran every day. Double tap it. The like button. American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression towards civilian mariners seeking to freely, openly transit the strait. I call this piracy for untoward aggression towards civilian mariners. They're not bombing naval. They're not bombing the war. They're going after the civilian mariners because it's piracy. Double tap hit the like button. Donald Trump admits that he is taking oil out of Carg Island. We're making money in Venezuela, and we will not stop the bombing. Double tap hit the like button.
Seeking to freely and openly transit the strait. Early this morning, Iran attacked another tanker off the coast of Oman, forcing the crew to evacuate the vessel, according to maritime tracking groups. This does come after President Trump issued a new warning to the regime about killing American forces in the Middle East. The commander-in-chief said every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. Iran's foreign ministry spoke.
So we are in a direct war, in case you didn't know, ceasefire over, full-blown war. And a lot of people talking about the War Powers Act with the Congress, right? Donald Trump, after they broke the ceasefire, they didn't only break the ceasefire after the funeral, they attempted an assassination attempt on Donald Trump while he was in Turkey. While Donald Trump was in Ankara, all of this went down. In case you didn't know, breaking news, all of this went down while Donald Trump was in an Islamic country, just miles away from Iran. Donald Trump was in Turkey when they had the funeral. Donald Trump was in Turkey when they broke the ceasefire. Did you guys know that? Donald Trump was in the Middle East when all this took place. He flew to the Middle East on a Qatari jet. He had to come back on a different plane because there were death threats against our president. They had the funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini. They broke the ceasefire and started bombing while Donald Trump, our president, was in the Middle East. I don't think people are upset enough about what the truth is and what Iran has been doing behind closed doors with the CNN embedded in their reality. Why don't they tell the truth about what Iran is doing and their designs? It was a design. It was a design. They attacked us. Double tap hit the like button. How many of you know these realities? Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for killing many times over. Put that in the chat. Many times over. MTO. Hashtag MTO. Many times over. Many times over. Hashtag MTO. Many times over. The directive has been passed on to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. I call him Pete Heggie, baby. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Daniel Kaine, and every leader in the military. President Donald J. Trump.
Spokesperson was asked this week about the possibility of U.S. forces entering Iran. This was his response.
They will face the consequences. I believe there are people in those very areas, and they are not few in number, who are counting the moments until they can welcome them.
The comments do come as the Wall Street Journal reports that Iran moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain, an underground facility next to the Natanz nuclear site. The report, based on Israeli intelligence, is the latest to focus on the site. President Trump indicated last week he is considering new strikes against this facility. We're also tracking developments with the Houthis in Yemen, one of Iran's largest proxies in the region. The Houthis say they are implementing a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, just another leg of this expanding conflict. Guys?
And
The Houthis are extending a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia. What you may not know, unless you watch my channel and you've been educated and intelligent on the proxies, the Houthis are an Iranian proxy who Iran gave drone technology, missile technology, and funded them hundreds of millions of dollars to take over the Red Sea. Double tap, hit the like button. How much do you know about the Houthis in the Red Sea? How much do you know about Hezbollah in Lebanon? How much do you know about Hamas in Gaza? And how much do you know about Iran and its proxies in the region calling uncounted, unfettered violence against Israel and America? People think the bombings that took place over the weekend and the loss of life that took place over the weekend is the first time Iran and its proxies have bombed Jordan. This is the sad part. In 2023, we lost lives. You just didn't hear about it because Joe Biden in 2024, they bombed Jordan and we lost lives. You didn't hear about it because Joe Biden wanted to run for president. Yeah, Joe Biden never responded. See, Joe Biden created a power vacuum. They attacked in 2003 in October 7th. They attacked October 8th. They attacked American bases. So they were just having a good old time when America left the region. I said a power vacuum, but no one ever talks about the uptick in proxy violence after the Americans left. What you guys understand is this. This is the equation. America was in the region. I'm talking about the Middle East for over 20 years. Is everybody understanding? I'm painting a picture for you. We were in a war in Iraq, and that's why I said it would be better if Americans learned about what happened in 9/11, what a Shia, what a Sunni, what a jihad is, because you can understand your geopolitical outlook. We were in a war for 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. The Russians were in Afghanistan 20 years before that, going back to 1979 when the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power in Iran, because the Russians once had control of Iran. When we and the Shah left Iran, the Russians invaded Afghanistan late December 1979 after Ayatollah came. Man, look, check this out, man. And then the Russians spent 20 years in Afghanistan, and then we created Bin Laden. Y'all remember we created Bin Laden. Remember that, right? We created Bin Laden. Why did we create Bin Laden, chat? Chat, why did we create we getting Bin Laden money? We're getting Bin Laden money. We created Bin Laden to fight the Russians in Afghanistan. Y'all with me? Y'all not with me. I said the Russians had control of Iraq in the 1940s. Double tap at the like button. The Russian had control of Iraq, of Iran after World War II. Then the Shah had Iran. Then Ayatollah Khomeini came into power in 1979. The Russians invade Afghanistan in 1979 because the Russians still wanted access to that water. For the same reasons the Russians invaded Iran after World War II, the Russians did it again in 1979 because they still wanted access to that warm water and to the resources. Double tap at the like button. America and the Allies did not want Russia to have access to the oil and the poppy fields in Afghanistan. So we created bin Laden. We armed bin Laden. We gave bin Laden missiles to fight off the Russians. It was called Charlie Wilson's War. How many people know about Charlie Wilson? Charlie, it was called Charlie Wilson's War. We created bin Laden. So we go to after 9/11, we end up in a war in Iraq. And then we say, oh, Bush lied, so we end up in a war in Afghanistan. So we were in dual conflicts in Iran and Afghanistan for over 20 years. We became the police of the region. We became hated, and we also became needed at the same time. So when we left, when Joe Biden left, is everybody listening? When Joe Biden leaves Afghanistan, that's America after 20 years. And then you add on to that, the Russians, 20 years in Afghanistan. That's a long time for these European allied powers to be in the region. Hello? So no more Russians in Afghanistan, no more Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq. They had a party. They were so happy. Iran celebrated Joe Biden's failure. Joe Biden, everybody talks about the JPCOA. They talk about the Iran nuclear deal that Obama created. Joe Biden was just president a year ago. Joe Biden had an opportunity to get the Iran nuclear deal back. The JPCOA, the deal that all of you Democrats on TikTok every day talk about. Obama had a great deal. Straits were open. We had a great deal. So why didn't Biden re-sign the deal? It was 4 years. Biden had 4 years to get the deal back since the deal was so great. Oh, we had a great deal. Oh, Obama, I am so in love with you. If Obama's JPCOA nuclear deal with Iran was so great just a year ago, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden should have re-signed the deal. But what happened? Well, they had a negotiation in Vienna. The Americans didn't show up. The Americans sent the Europeans. I don't know if it was the UK or the EU. I don't know who the fuck went. But the Americans didn't go. And so we were unable to get the deal. If you want to know what happened. So Joe Biden didn't re-sign the deal. He had an opportunity. He declined. Joe Biden had an opportunity to get back this magical deal that you guys talk about on TikTok in Vienna in 2021, and he didn't. Kamala Harris, no. So the Iranians, after Joe Biden left Afghanistan, after Joe Biden failed in Vienna to repurpose the JPCOA, the Iranians elected a hardliner. The Iranians elected a hardliner. They then escalate the proxy violence because there's nobody to police the region. That's how you get October 7th. That's why we're fucking there. We're not there for any other reason. We're there because Joe Biden and the Democrats failed in their geopolitical. That's why Joe Biden is not president, because Trump called him out in a debate. And the American people saw that Joe Biden was a failure at leadership on a geopolitical scale. We had Russia, we had Gaza, and we had Iran, and America did not believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was ready for the show. That's why they lost. Because Joe Biden got embarrassed by Trump in a debate because he failed in Afghanistan and embarrassed America. And the Iranians took a hard line. That's what happened. There's no Israel hocus pocus. There's no Bibi Netanyahu. That's all propaganda to protect Obama and protect Biden's legacy. There is no Bibi. There is no Israel boogeyman. The truth is Biden is a failure. He was old. He was asleep. He failed you. When Biden left Afghanistan, it created a power vacuum that led to an uptick in proxy violence. Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas. Let me play this. This is the reason why I'm even going on this rant. This is the reason why I'm even going on this rant, because I don't think people know enough about Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. That's why I'm going on this rant, because you don't understand what happened after we left Afghanistan. Our bases were bombed. Do you guys know in 2023 and 2024, Iran and its proxies continually bombed? America lost lives. How many of you know about the bombing in 2024, the bombing in 2023, and Biden did nothing? Biden did nothing to respond to Iran and its proxies. They were emboldened until Trump became president. I wish I was making this up. They were emboldened by the lack of American response. That is the facts of the matter.
Nuclear site. The report, based on Israeli intelligence, is the latest to focus on the site. President Trump indicated last week he is considering new strikes against this facility. We're also tracking developments with the Houthis in Yemen, one of Iran's largest proxies in the region. The Houthis say they are implementing a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, just another leg of this expanding conflict. Guys?
The Houthis.
And Trey, that would be pretty devastating, because Saudi Arabia is
The Houthis are now instituting another. So what's happening in the region, and why I say we don't have clear leadership, is that you don't just have the IRGC. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, and you have the Houthis. Now, Iran funded Hezbollah $700 million and 100,000 ballistic missiles. It sounds like a comic book, right? When I say it, because I talk fast, doesn't it sound like a comic book? When I say Iran funded Hezbollah $700 million and 100,000 ballistic missiles, why don't people argue that in the chat? Why don't people argue, wait, they gave them 100,000 ballistic missiles? They gave Hezbollah 700 million. They gave Hamas 300 million. Why is that never debated? Because you can't. Because Trump already called out Obama for flying billions of dollars in cash to Iran to buy them. Remember that? And then the Democrats lied, and then Jake Tapper called them out and said, no, I got the receipt. Obama lied. The Democrats actually did fly $1 billion in cash to Iran. They tried to say it was in an account. They just opened an account. That's not true. CNN called Obama in a lie. Obama put cash in the airplane, just like Trump said he did. And he sent cash to Iran to buy Iran. And the proxies got funded by Iran and the unsanctioned oil. See, people don't understand what's going on in the Straits of Hormuz. People don't understand what's going on in the Straits. They don't even understand Venezuela. Why did we go to Venezuela? What was going? How are they making money in Venezuela? How are they? They were selling illegal oil. Unsanctioned oil tankers. We captured an unsanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. The tanker was sanctioned by Biden, but he didn't do anything. OPEC is an illegal oil cartel. Iran was selling oil illegally, unsanctioned oil tankers, illegal dark market crude oil. That's what was happening. That's what was happening. Ceasefire over. The Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, funded by dirty oil, not dirty data centers, dirty oil. Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, funded bombing by dirty oil.
Blockade against Saudi Arabia, just another leg of this expanding conflict. Guys?
and Trey, that would be pretty devastating, because Saudi Arabia has rerouted their oil 8 million barrels a day through the Red Sea. So if you stop Saudi Arabia, that would really affect the price of oil and gas. Have they actually done it yet, or they just say they're going to do it?
They say that they're going to do it, and there are initial reports of some incidents off the coast of Yemen. When we look at the situation, though, the Houthis are trying to do exactly what their largest funder and supporter is doing, and that's the Iranian regime. They're trying to use the Bab al-Mandab Strait, this entrance into the Red Sea, as a choke point, specifically against Saudi Arabia. But it does raise questions about if they would try to target other international vessels passing through that critical waterway. But again, this is the Houthis trying to tie what leverage they have left to international shipping. And it does raise these questions about the possibility that the Iranians could try to use one of their largest proxy groups to put new pressure on these international shipping lanes. At this moment, we don't have indications that they've completely.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That Iran could use one of their proxy groups. This is why they negotiate. I don't think a lot of people understand what's going on down there.
To international shipping. And it does raise these questions about the possibility that the Iranians could try to use one of their largest proxy groups to put new pressure on these international shipping lanes.
Iran could use one of their largest proxy groups. God, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Americans. You got to study this issue. Iran could use one of their largest proxy groups
against Saudi Arabia, but it does raise questions about if they would try to target other international vessels passing through that critical waterway. But again, this is the Houthis trying to tie what leverage they have left to international shipping. And
the Houthis trying to tie whatever leverage they have left to international shipping. Double tap at the like button. People are asleep. Wake up, Democrats. Wake up, Democrats. Hezbollah, Hamas, anybody debating this on TikTok, you gotta make sure they understand the Iranian proxy. If they don't understand the Houthis, if they don't understand Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hezbollah 910 domestically, if they don't understand Hamas in Gaza, don't debate them. Don't debate them. Double tap at the like button. Get the likes up.
It does raise these questions about the possibility that the Iranians could try to use one of their largest proxy groups to put new pressure on these international shipping lanes. At this moment, we don't have indications that they've completely closed this critical entrance to the Red Sea, but it is certainly something to watch in the days ahead.
Trey, what do you know about the president of Lebanon meeting with Donald Trump today? I'm reading that Lebanon,
where Hezbollah's headquarters, Lebanon adjacent to Israel. Double tap at the like button. Day 10 of strikes in Iran, and we got day 10 of strikes in Iran. Listen to this. On the 10th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 10 days of consecutive U.S. attacks, strategically military sites in Iran, including drone missile storage sites. Videos below from Tehran and to bits. Double tap hit the like button. 10 days of consecutive strikes in Iran. Double tap hit the like button. There has been speculation about this mushroom cloud. Have you guys seen the video where they've been speculating about these mushroom clouds? Some people have said Donald Trump and the administration used a small nuclear weapon. Y'all know, going back to the 12-day war, Donald Trump dropped some of the largest bombs on Iran underneath the nuclear weapon. How many people have seen the reports about that mushroom cloud that we just took a look at? Far as I checked, Snopes, and anything I said, no nuclear bomb has been dropped on Iran. But I did see that mushroom cloud, and I did see the story. Day 10. Americans and Trump hit Tehran, capital of Iran. Americans and Trump strike Tehran, capital of Iran. Over the weekend, Americans take casualties. Day 10 of attacks. We coming to you live. Day 10 consecutive attack. Somebody just made a very intelligent comment in the chat. Shout out to you to that intelligent comment in the chat. That is actually true. I'm not going to dispute that. Double tap at the like button. What that comment says, you might think as a conservative that I would dispute that comment, but I do know that you are a new booty and you are new to my channel, because if you were here on my channel, you would know that we've discussed this topic in nauseam. The person's name is, what is it? Human. I forget. What's your name, homie? Yes, your name. The U.S. overthrew Iran democratic elected government via CIA coup and installed a dictator all over oil. It's absolutely true. He's talking about the Shah of Iran. I don't know why the TikTokers love to bring this up, but they don't know the entire story. So it's absolutely true, but we've been talking about it, but you're new here. I'm going to give you information so you can go back to TikTok and you can have a great debate. So what happened was, like I continually say, and I hope you guys just go read, because you can go read it for yourself, we had something called World War II. America allied. We took out Hitler. It was the greatest thing that ever happened. The Allied powers, the silent generation, our grandparents, great-grandparents did a great job. Shout out to 440 Gems, Unc Alert. You said it, baby. Unc in the building. So after World War II, right, Russia was not our enemy. This is you guys are kind of young. You might not study this. Russia wasn't always the bad guy, right? Russia, we didn't always hate Russia. We didn't always fear communism. I don't think we need to fear it now. I don't fear Russia now. Be that as it may. Russia was our friend. And then after World War II, Russia took over Iran. They wanted access to the oil and to the warm waterways. Are you guys listening? 1944, Russia takes control of Iran. The Allied powers, i.e. America and Europe, who actually helped install the Shah, had no problem with it at the time. Because like I said, there was no conflict between communism, Russia, and capitalism in the Western society, right? That developed. And we all know how that developed with the Red Scare in the 50s and all that propaganda. Gorbachev tear down this wall, and it all turned out, the Cold War, it all turned out to be BS. Remember that, y'all? It all turned out to be BS. Be that as it may, Russia had control of Iran. In 1953, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in the 1950s, the MI6 and the CIA installed the dirty Shah because we were no longer friends with Russia. We wanted control of that oil in the waterways. Double tap at the like button. So we come in, we install a dirty Shah, and we take over the oil, and we cause mass inflation in Iran. Double tap at the like button. The Americans and the Europeans cause mass inflation under the dirty Shah. But you know what always is left out about this story by the liberal? Under the Shah, Muslims, Christians, and Jews were all able to live in harmony in Iran. Iran was a cultural, artistic hub. Gorgeous women like the Kardashians, science, math, algebra, artists, dance. It was a glory. People would travel to Tehran. Anthony Bourdain, people would love to go to Iran and the Persian culture, one of the oldest, richest cultures on the planet. It is never discussed by you damn Dems. And it's like you chant the IRGC and you don't know what the IRGC did to destroy the rich Persian culture in the name of Allah. So please sit down while I teach you. So we install the dirty Shah for oil. Just like you said, we caused great inflation in Iran and starvation. Ayatollah Khomeini campaigns to be the new president in 1979. Keep in mind, he did not tell the people, like I said, under the Shah, you have Catholics, Christians, and Jews, Kurds. Oh, I'm sorry, I left out the Kurds. All able to live in Iran as friends, family, and lovers. Y'all don't never talk about that when y'all bring up the dirty Shah. You never bring up that fact. You never bring up the Islamic oppression. Okay, so 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini says, you know what? The Russians took our oil. The Americans took our oil. You can't even afford bread. Vote for me. I will kick out the Americans and take back the Iranian resources. Yay! Ayatollah Khomeini! They vote him in. 30 days later, the Ayatollah Khomeini changes to the supreme leader and institute the IRGC, Muslim hardliners who believe that Allah is the greatest, that if you're not Muslim, then you're going to be oppressed. And not only that, but a strict version, the difference between Shia and Sunni, a strict version of Islam that says women have to wear 3/4 of cloth. Remember the Kurdish woman that was unalived by IRGC police for not wearing her hijab correctly. So 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power, yes, because of inflation, yes, because of the dirty Shah, yes, because Americans and Europeans manipulated oil. I understand the history. You should understand the history. 30 days later, he institutes the IRGC, and then 3 million Catholics, Jews, and Kurds leave Iran, the culture, the science, because they were oppressed by the new Muslim regime. Double tap, hit the like button. You leave these things out. You leave these things out. You leave these things out. They were oppressed by the new Islamic hardliners. When before, under the Shah, you had the Kurds mixing with the Jews and the Christians. 3 million people left under oppression from the IRGC. You never talk about this. Women can't drive. Women can't go to school. Women got to do this. Gays get oppressed. You never talk about the truth of the oppression under the IRGC because of this. And I know why you don't talk about it, because you don't have knowledge of it, because you're a liberal and you focus more on race. The Democrats only want you to look at black and white. You only see racism. You only see slavery. So when I am talking to you, I know these facts are hitting a brick wall because you don't see black and white and racism. "10 days of strikes in Iran."
Well, just how we're doing, generally speaking.
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans committed to the cause, just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department, and we're prepared
And
to
the
do
blockade is up and fully. Well, just how we're doing, generally speaking.
Well, it'll be an honor as
So the blockade is up, ceasefire is over. You see how Trump reiterated that? Blockade is up, ceasefire is over. What y'all need to know about the blockade is that the blockade is what's crippling Cuba. How many people are older in the chat? I'm of an older age. Somebody said Unc in the chat. How many people remember Cuba? How many people remember the bad pegs and JFK and communism and Castro in Cuba? Well, Cuba has an embargo because we went to Venezuela first, and Trump is playing 5D chess. We went to Venezuela first. There's an embargo on Cuba. Cuba hasn't had power in months. The hospitals are closed. They have starvation. They have infant mortality rates, and they're going to have to make a deal if they ever want to survive. I say we do the same thing in Iran. We starve them out. They already has massive inflation. Even before February 28th when we invaded, they already have a shortage on bread and wheat because we destroy supply chains. Iran gets a majority of its wheat from Russia. This is why it's so important about the Houthis in the Red Sea, because they don't have a way to get in food to feed the people. Nobody is being honest about what's going on in Iran right now. Nobody going on. No, we are winning like Charlie Sheen. Double tap, hit the like button. Cuba Gooding Jr. Show me the money. We getting Bin Laden money. We getting Bin Laden money. 10 days straight of bombing. Jerusalem Post President Trump has not approved the proposal, but forward by mediators calling for a 10-day ceasefire with Iran. I don't think we should do a ceasefire. Breaking news, Trump administration is saying the Straits of Hormuz is flowing nearly 7 million barrels of oil per day. That's false. It's 1 million per day and 10 ships, 10%. Let's listen to the naysayers. Double tap. These are the player haters. These are the player haters. Double tap at the like button. We got to get both sides. Let's listen to the other side.
You were on the show back in March, and I want to play something of what you said about how long this war would last.
I think that this conflict will certainly come to the end in the next few weeks. Could be sooner than that.
So you said it would certainly come to an end within a few weeks. We are now nearly 5 months into this war. How does it end? When does it end?
Well, the plan, we needed 4 to 6 weeks for military actions. They went for 5.5 weeks. We did a pause to try to get an agreement with the Iranian people to allow oil to flow without them attacking it. They've proven unwilling to do that, and we've pivoted. Now what we're doing is assuring that oil and gas and other products can flow through the Strait of Hormuz with or without Iranian cooperation. And we've continued to degrade their offensive military capabilities. The president is always looking for the diplomatic off-ramp. President Trump wants to end it with a peaceful agreement with Iran, but it takes two parties to do that. If they're ready to do that, that's the way it'll end. If not, we will continue to assure flow of traffic through the strait without Iran's cooperation.
But we're not seeing flow now, right? I mean, hasn't flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz effectively stopped over the past few days?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I get the data on that every day. The 7-day trailing average right now is just under 7 million barrels a day flowing through the waterway, and just under 7 million barrels a day additional flow through the bypass pipelines. So we're at a little under 14 million barrels a day from the Arabian Gulf region. That's 2/3 of pre-conflict traffic, dramatically up from where we were back in March when I was last on your show.
I mean,
not 100% yet, but 2/3 of flow right now.
And that's over the past few days. When's that average? And what we saw, the numbers from Thursday were simply eight ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. That's far below.
So almost all the public data I've seen is incorrect. There's flow through two routes through the Strait of Hormuz. There's up near the Iranian islands that's flow complicit with Iran, but that's not nothing. And then there's flow through the southern route that's protected by American infrastructure. And we count the volume of oil that goes through. The ship numbers are down more dramatically, but of course we're flowing larger tankers now to keep the world markets as well supplied as we can. Gasoline.
Great job. He did a great job, man. He tried to rebuttal, man. Now, there's multiple routes still open, millions of barrels, and that doesn't count that Trump stated.
You were on the show.
We're keeping the oil, and that Trump has said that we've been taking out oil ourselves every night. We've been taking oil out ourselves every night since February 28th when we invaded. 10 days going down in Iran. Iran breaks the ceasefire. Double tap at the like button. Iran breaks the ceasefire. Iran breaks the MOU. When did Iran break the ceasefire? Iran breaks the ceasefire after the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini. Iran breaks the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding. They asked President Trump for a break in the war to have a funeral. Then they came back and asked the Americans for a 9-day mourning period. The Iranians didn't take 1 day to mourn. I say that's a sign of a lack of leadership and direction, right? After begging for a funeral, it took you 4 months to bury the supreme leader. After begging for a funeral, after begging for 9 days, you don't even take the 9 days. You make an emotional response and act out against a commercial ship. Double tap at the like button. That's what ended the MOU. That's what ended the ceasefire. The Iranians begged to have a funeral 4 months after the death. They claimed they needed 9 days. Can anybody help me out understand that? Why do you need 9 days to mourn somebody that you knew was dead for 4 months? That's the weirdest shit to me. Why do you need 9 days? And then they have a funeral, everybody crying and emotional when you knew he was dead for 4 months. I would think if this is a strategic people, you know how they always try to say, Iranians are so resilient. Iranians are so resilient. If they so resilient and they so war-cladding, right, then why is it after 4 months of knowing he dead, they all crying, grown-ass men crying at the funeral, just crying all emotional, and then you see this emotional response where they break the ceasefire without any idea of where they're going. I've been saying since they broke the ceasefire, I've been saying since the funeral, the problem with this thing is there was no direction at the funeral. There was no leadership or nothing. So they break the ceasefire. They start bombing commercial ships without any idea or direction of where they're going, right? What do I mean by this? I mean, what is the goal for them when they break the ceasefire? They had a peace agreement on the table. J.D. Vance is running for president. He just wrote a book. J.D. Vance is putting out that he's trying to make a deal to get them $300 billion. J.D. Vance wants to stop the war. He's going on every podcast saying, I don't want to do a forever war. I don't want to do a forever war. He wants to make a deal. He got them $300 billion on the table. You know what Iran did? J.D. Vance negotiates the deal for peace agreement because he's running for president. He gets them $300 billion on the table. Iran leaks it. Iran leaks the information. I can't make this up to poo-poo J.D. Vance presidential run. And so the liberal media for the whole week, J.D. Vance is doing his book tour. They beat up J.D. Vance with where is the $300 billion coming from? And J.D. Vance is stuck looking at everybody like, damn, Iran. And he has to tell them the money is not coming from us, but yes, I did negotiate a deal where countries in the region would fund Iran $300 billion to rebuild, but it's only if Iran does certain things, and they are not doing them by trying to sabotage my presidential run and tell everybody about the $300 billion deal. This is the truth and the reality, what's been going on. For people who want to say forever war and all this shit. Not only did we have a peace agreement on the table, but J.D. Vance had them $300 billion and a promise. Because J.D. Vance wants to be president. J.D. Vance just had a baby. Did y'all know J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance is the first sitting vice president to have a baby in like 50 some odd years. And it hasn't been a vice president that young. And you know what I said about Vance to that effect? Like, we're tired of senior citizen presidents. We're tired, not to be an ageist, right? I'm not saying anything is wrong with someone being 70 and being president. I think they're probably very competent, right? Very intelligent and capable. I'm just saying, bro, we tired of the senior citizen. We tired of being in the 19th century. We want somebody from the 20th century going forward. And J.D. Vance having a baby while vice president, someone who's still in the age of having children, like his decision making is going to be very different than somebody who has grown adult children older than J.D. fucking Vance, bro. J.D. Vance just had a baby. Congratulations to J.D. Vance. God bless him and his baby and his wife. Congratulations to J.D. Vance. God bless him and his baby and his wife. Day 10 in Iran strikes, uptick of violence after the funeral and burial of Ayatollah Khomeini. Y'all come on in, let's have a debate.
La 10ª noche consecutiva destinada a degradar la capacidad de Irán para amenazar a los buques en el estrecho de Hormuz. Ahora CENTCOM emitió un comunicado sobre estos ataques y su actividad en la región, diciendo que desde principios de mayo las fuerzas de CENTCOM han ayudado a facilitar el tránsito de aproximadamente 900 buques comerciales y 450 millones de barriles de crudo.
That was from El Telemundo. El Telemundo update. I'm covering all bases, homeboy. I'm covering all bases. So what he said earlier is that they were trying to move some of their nuclear bases to a place called Pickaxe Mountain. And I want to just go to Donald Trump talking about bombing Pickaxe Mountain. Y'all remember earlier, I played Iran tactic of moving some of their centrifuges to Pickaxe Mountain. Do y'all remember when I played that? They were moving some of their centrifuges to Pickaxe Mountain. So let me go with Donald Trump.
And very heavily. They may have, we don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have, we follow the material. That's where the action is. And we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
Donald Trump responding to questions about Pickaxe Mountain. Double tap, hit the like button. Donald Trump responding to questions about Pickaxe Mountain and the reports that the Iranians were moving centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain. Double tap, hit the like button. And now Donald Trump has responded by saying we will be bombing that area, and we will be bombing that area heavily. Double tap, hit the like button. As I reported yesterday, we did suffer casualties over the weekend. This is day 10. Double tap at the like button. This is day 10. 2 service members did have casualties over the weekend. I want to say God bless these soldiers. God bless. I want to say God bless all of the soldiers, man. Thank you for your service, man. God bless the soldiers and the police officers, everybody committed to making America great again. God bless you, man. God bless your family and your soul. And we hold you high in regard in your memory, man. So over the weekend, in this conflict, we have taken on casualties. I reported yesterday that we took on casualties over the weekend. Donald Trump said that we will be bombing heavily in response and in memoriam of the losses that we took this weekend. In total, America has 17 casualties. In total, they're saying 2 to 4 over the weekend. In total, America has 17 casualties. Iran with 3,300 casualties. So I want to say rest in peace and God bless these people. Let's get into that report, man. Casualties over the weekend, 10 days of strikes. Double tap at the like button.
At least 2 American service members at an air base in Jordan. The Department of War identifying the fallen soldiers as 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Texas and 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii. A 3rd soldier remains missing. CENTCOM also confirming another U.S. service member was killed in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of a downed Iranian attack drone. Correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Tel Aviv now with the latest. Steve.
Well, there's no let-up in the fighting. U.S. forces pounding Iranian positions now for the 9th straight night in a row. CENTCOM saying some of those targets include command and control centers, as well as launching sites for Iranian drones and missiles. And as you mentioned, a ballistic missile attack by Iran on Jordan on Friday led to the death of 2 U.S. service members. A 3rd service member involved in that attack still missing. Here's President Trump on that event.
We feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily.
In the meantime, Iran continues to target U.S. partners in the region, launching
10 days of strikes, and we have casualties over the weekend. Casualties over the weekend, man. And I want to say, man, God bless those folks, man, who lost their lives, man. God bless those folks. Day 10 of strikes. Day 10, U.S. forces continue to strike Iran after the regime killed multiple American service members during attacks over the weekend. According to CENTCOM, the latest operation targeted Iranian military command centers, air defense systems, missiles, and drones. This is what it's looking like right now in Iran. This is what we're looking at right now in Iran. Double tap at the like button. Brand new update. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Double tap at the like button. The commercials always win, man. I learned that a long time ago, man. The commercials always win. Like, you can't fight the commercial on YouTube. I know y'all deal with that at home, too. I mean, it's changed so much. It's changed so much. The commercials always win, man. Let's go to Van Jones, man. I want to go to Van Jones. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go to Van Jones while I got the people here. Van Jones is having a war with the Democratic Party. We've been talking about this. The Democratic Party is crumbling, man. The Democratic Party is crumbling. We called it, man. We called it a long time ago. The Democratic Party. Now you have the Democrats going out the Democrats. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Democrats going out the Democrats. Van Jones, #1 Democrat. Remember, what's his name? Bezos gave Van Jones $100 million. Van Jones says his phone has been blowing up after warning about socialist takeover of the Democratic Party. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Socialist takeover of the Democratic Party, huh? Double tap it. Like button, y'all. Van Jones, Democratic Party don't have leader. Who is the leader? What's the direction? What's the platform now? What? Because the DSA has their own platform. Did y'all know that? So y'all could be voting, thinking you voting for the DNC, and you could be putting forth DSA policy. The DSA got its own platform. DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. That's not the DNC, by the way. Remember, the DNC are the people who never gave Kamala, coordinated Kamala. Kamala didn't get one vote.
This phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing, but it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to be is the Democratic nominee. DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx.
Yeah.
Did y'all know about this? Let's have a talk about it. Democrats falling apart. Democrats falling apart, and they don't know how to direct
this phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far.
This is what conservatives have been saying. This is what conservatives have been saying. The left is criticizing the left, but damn it, this is what we are. This is what, that MAGA. That MAGA. This is what conservatives have been saying. Holy moly, Batman.
It's been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing, but it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to be is the Democratic nominee. DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx.
Yeah.
I love it. It's called irony. It's called irony. Yes, we called it, baby. We called it, baby. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Double tap, hit the like button. We called it, baby.
They say things like, tasty stuff, when we're cheering for the Intifada and DSA, again, they say things like, takeover of key industries, government. That's communism.
But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist? These are terrible ideas.
Austin, we're running late here, so I need a quick answer. But are the Democrats too late? Has the cancer already overrun the body?
Oh, for sure. Axios reported this same week, Todd. Republicans are quietly building their whole midterm strategy around this. They're calling this a hate election. They're pointing to the Democrats' Tea Party-like revolt by progressives. This is proof that the party can't govern, and why young people are not only Richard Nixon maxing, as I know you guys have reported here before on Fox and Friends First, but the young people are actually longing for a return to the days of Joseph McCarthy and wondering, did he go far enough?
Did he go far enough? Double tap, hit the like button. How much about this do you know? How much about this do you know? The Democratic Party is coming apart. There's no leadership. There's no direction in the Democratic Party. Double tap, hit the like button. There's no leadership. It's the DSA versus the DNC. Are you supporting the DSA? Are you supporting the DNC? This is what we need to find out from people. Are you supporting the DNC? Are you supporting the DSA? Are you with the socialist movement? Now, I called this out. When we had the Renee Good in the Minnesota ICE event, and I said, these are not rallies, these are protests. And I said, why is this guy with the purple hair walking around with a clipboard that says join the Socialist Party? And no one said anything.
深咖黑手赢得豪华零重力按摩椅，日本灵感的优雅将任何空间变成纯粹放松的避风港。
And nobody said anything. Double tap, hit the like button, and nobody said
good evening.
And nobody said anything. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. I got another one here for us. And let's keep going. So I just want to introduce you guys. I want to introduce you guys in case you didn't know who this Democratic Socialist is. Let's take a look at who the Democratic Socialist is. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in, everybody. Make sure you double tap, hit the like button as you come in, everybody. I want to introduce you to the Democratic Socialists, and you may not have heard their point of view. So let's introduce you to the Democratic Socialists and their point of view. I know you may have heard a lot about this conversation, but you may not have seen the person or actually heard the conversation. So I want to bring it to you.
Is wrong. Now, in Congress, obviously, that comes with a lot of questions about immigration enforcement. And even as Democrats might agree with calls that you have shared to things like abolish ICE, I don't know if they're necessarily there on things like all deportation is wrong. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong. And
even if we're talking about illegal entry to the country or someone who may have committed a crime?
so when we're talking about things like illegal entry, or we're actually talking about administrative laws, right? We're not talking about criminal law.
Let me concede the question of people who have not committed a crime, because I think that that's not really the question at hand. Like, if we're saying all deportation is wrong, though, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes, and the reason I say that is because we have a criminal system. It is imperfect, but it exists. And it is one that if we accept as the process by which we want to engage with these issues, right? The issues of harm, issues of criminality, what have you, then we need to make sure that it is one that isn't also discriminatory on the basis of where people were born, right? To subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system that also detains them in the very same facilities that people who are convicted of criminal convictions are also held, right? And then deported and ripped away from everything they know and love that is also punishment. And that is punishment not on the basis of the crime they committed, because they already served their time when they were processed through the criminal system. It is double punishment. And if we truly believe that double jeopardy is something that is unconstitutional, something that is unethical, something that is against the principles of equality in this country, we cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born.
So do you hear that? A lot of people didn't even know this. So when we talk about the DSA and people talk about Van Jones, let's go back to Van Jones. Let's go back to Van Jones. And Van Jones said he got his phone calls ringing off the hook because he's saying this is going too far. When people are saying no deportations, double tap at the like button.
This phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing, but it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas, supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody, even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did
Chevalier is going to be is the Democratic nominee. So sorry, DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx.
Yeah.
So let's listen to her. Let's listen to her because a lot when you hear that, I don't know how many people know and have heard her say, yeah, no deportations, even if someone commits a crime as far as murder. Let's listen. This is the Democratic Socialists that's going to the House. We got one going to the Senate. They taking over.
I want to still ask about two tweets specifically because I think they are relevant to the race. The first is all deportation is wrong. Now, in Congress, obviously, that comes with a lot of questions about immigration enforcement. And even as Democrats might agree with calls that you have shared to things like abolish ICE, I don't know if they're necessarily there on things like all deportation is wrong. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong. And
even if we're talking about illegal entry to the country or someone who may have committed a crime?
So when we're talking about things like illegal entry, we're actually talking about administrative laws, right? We're not talking about criminal law.
Let me concede the question of people who have not committed a crime, because I think that that's not really the question at hand. Like, if we're saying all deportation is wrong, though, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes. And the reason I say that is because we have a criminal system. It is imperfect, but it exists. And it is one that if we accept as the process by which we want to engage with these issues, right? The issues of harm, issues of criminality, what have you, then we need to make sure that it is one that isn't also discriminatory on the basis of where people were born, right? To subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system that also detains them in the very same facilities that people who are convicted.
Let's help her out. So number one, she says she believes that they don't deserve to be arrested no matter what. And then she tries to go in this convoluted double talk. So this is where the Democrats and liberals want people who are not citizens to have the rights of citizens. This is this liberal ideology. Barack Obama talked about this moral argument, but they are not citizens. And beyond the fact, and this is where Barack Obama even said, this is why Barack Obama gave Tom Homan an award. Even if they came here illegally, and that's just a misdemeanor, Barack Obama, the way he did it, Barack Obama didn't even give him habeas corpus. Barack Obama deported 3 million people. Barack Obama said that these individuals are not citizens and they don't get the rights of citizens, meaning they don't get to go to the same court that you and I go to, right? They go to a different court. They go to an immigration court. They see an immigration judge. They're not entitled to civil rights. They're not entitled to the Bill of Rights or anything like that. And we're not entitled to give it to them or pay for it. This is the problem with this liberal ideology and this moral argument. Who pays for it? Right now, she's in New York. Who remember Malik Khalif Broader, the young man in New York who spent a couple years on Rikers Island and ended up unaliving himself? He had a backpack. He was leaving school. He got arrested. He did not go to court. He went directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. He went directly to jail. In New York, they have a backlog. He did not see a judge for 2 years. After 2 years, they came. Listen to what I'm saying. This is my argument. She is saying that people who are not citizens in New York need to go to the same court and judges and get the same rights as citizens. Why the fuck would you become a citizen? And my pushback is you have a case in New York. Jay-Z did the documentary of a young man who unalived himself. Why? Because he spent 2 years on Rikers Island. And after 2 years, your New York State came to him and said, you can go home. We don't have a court date. You've been here 2 years. We're so backlogged, we can't give you a court date. What we're going to do is we're going to let you go home. You already did 2 years in jail. The crime you was charged for, it ain't even 2 years. So if you sign this piece of paper and say you was guilty, then it could just be over with. You could just go home. And he's like, he unalived himself because this is the most American thing that I could ever think of that could happen to an American person. This is the most un-American thing. And you're trying to fight for people who are not even citizens when you can't fix the problem of Americans in New York. An American citizen in New York stay on Rikers Island for 2 years because you can't get through the court system as it is today. As it is today. So please explain to me how it is logistically and monetarily when New York is in debt, Los Angeles is in debt, San Francisco is in debt, Chicago, all these sanctuary cities are hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. After moratoriums, people didn't pay rent, people didn't pay water bill, people didn't pay power bills. We got water treatment plants suffering in major cities, energy grids suffering in major cities. How do you pay for your moral ideology and saying that all of these people, and this is the context that they leave out. Why is this even a discussion? It's because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opened the border, let in 10 million people. So that's why this is a discussion. So you want to tell me it's not like it's just any other day. This is the sick and twisted part about the argument. It's not like it's just any, no, the Democrats, socialists are saying this after Democrats open the border. The problem is, where are they going to go?
Of criminal convictions are also held, right? And then deported and ripped away from everything they know and love. That is also punishment.
It's not punishment, it's justice. Do you hear the lack of understanding? It's not ripped away from everything they love. They are not Americans. Holy moly, Batman. Holy moly, Batman. They not Americans. Why are you saying they getting ripped from everything they love? I would argue they were ripped from everything they love when they left their home country. Go back home. Ice, ice, baby. Too cold, it's like ice, ice, baby. Just go back home. Just go back home. How can you say that they've been ripped away from everything they love when they're not even from America? They only been here for months. What you mean they love the welfare? That's what she means. She means they love the welfare. They love the free health care. They love the food stamps. They love the Section 8, the free rent. You know, let me play. I was doing some research to that effect about what do they love. What do they love? Let me play this video. Let me play this video. I'm gonna finish this. Let's go to what they love. I want you to know. I want to talk about. Well, no, I'm gonna go there now. What do they love? I know what they love. I know what they love. I know what they love. When she say ripped away, what do you mean ripped away? I know what she's talking about. I know what she's talking about. This is what she's talking about right here. A Somali refugee just blew up the entire welfare racket wide open. This is what they miss. This is what she means. The democratic sanctuary cities and the socialist socialist plan. This is all about socialism and communism. They want to bring in this new socialist government. They need this welfare state. A Somali refugee just blew the entire welfare racket wide open. He says they told him to refuse assimilation, jump straight on to Section 8 and government benefits. That's the system. I was told to go find discounted housing, get on Section 8, sign up for community benefits. Double tap, hit the like button. I want to expose something today. I'm going to expose these democratic socialists and what they want to do. So this is a brand new breaking news report of a Somalian exposing how do we get to $1 billion of fraud? Why do they not want them to leave? Do you know this fraud, this welfare state creates jobs for the Democrat? It's just like the Southern Poverty Law Center when they fund racism to create laws create jobs for the Democrat, to increase funding so they can get more money and be like Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million, be like Ro Khanna worth hundreds of millions. Do you guys know the Democrats do all of this? Fund racism, fund sexism, fund our demise so they can get money and power. It's all about money and power for the Democrats. It's all about money and power for the Democrats. This is a Somali talking about how when he came to America, the community pushed him and forced him to illegally sign up for welfare. Listen to this, it's going to blow your mind. This is what she means. Because she is saying people like the Somalians who frauded Americans shouldn't get deported.
For having me. There are much deeper issues. I've moved into the U.S. And in Maine about 11 years ago. And basically the first question that members of my community asked me which tribe, I belong to. And when I mentioned, so I fell into that category. So there's a deeper tribal rivalry going on in the community, much larger than anybody can actually imagine. And then interestingly enough, even though I spoke very good English, one of the things that I was told to do is go find a discounted housing Section 8, which I didn't know what actually it was, and sign up for all the other community benefits within the government or the state. And my response was, I'm actually here to work and build, basic and become part of the American fabric, which is pretty much what I've been
incredibly
working on
fascinated by what you're having to say, so much so that I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify. So when you felt that pressure and you were told to go join, public welfare programs once you moved here, where was that pressure coming from? Are you saying it's like cultural, like neighborhood, like neighbors telling you this is what you should do? How were you pushed in that direction?
Well, it was coming from the community that actually thought that was just a way of life, right? I instead of being asked about what kind of school I want to go to, what subjects I would love to study, and those interesting conversations weren't there at all. And my response was, can we do better things? Can we, as a community, actually integrate? And let's listen to that word, interestingly, because that had got me a huge backlash. This is many years ago that many people thought, no, let's not talk about integration. And I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for a pushback against this idea of sort of melting into America, becoming part of America. And let's just be very clear that I haven't arrived here as a young man. I mean, I came here at age 29, so I was well informed about my culture and my community growing up in the civil war in Somalia.
Incredibly, you're telling me you not only were discouraged from integrating into America, but you were also encouraged to stick to your tribal allegiances from back in Somalia. And those tribal allegiances and divisions remain here in America. That stat I showed, I'm curious, Abdi, about the percentage of the Somali population on some form of welfare, 80%, and stays that way over a 10-year period. Does that surprise you?
In some ways, it does not.
80% of Somalians on welfare. He said it does not surprise him. Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about the democratic socialist agenda. And I'm exposing the Democratic Socialist agenda.
About whether the state is tracking your tax dollars after a stunning revelation at the Capitol today.
Multiple employees at the Department of Human Services are tonight under investigation after a new audit from the legislative auditor found pervasive and continued issues in grant management.
Investigative reporter Kirsten Swanson has spent months tracking oversight issues within DHS. She's live right now at the state capitol. Kirsten.
Kevin and Lindsay, the legislative auditor, told lawmakers today that they discovered multiple DHS employees backdated or created documentation during that audit. She described it as a systemic effort that undermines the audit process.
Frankly, in the 27 plus years I've been with OLA, I have never seen this before. I will say we have had suspicions periodically, but we have never been able to prove it, to document it, and we did in this case.
During a nearly 2.5-hour-long hearing today, lawmakers learned the legislative auditor found serious issues with how DHS manages and oversees a multi-million-dollar grant program. This taxpayer money is supposed to go toward prevention and treatment of mental health and substance use disorders, but the audit found multiple instances of inadequate internal controls. The agency overpaid at least 2 grantees and gave funding to some organizations before it signed grant agreements with them. Now, in one instance, auditors found an organization that received more than $650,000 for a single month of work, but couldn't provide documents to back up that work, raising questions about the potential for fraud. The majority of lawmakers today on both sides of the aisle appeared to be deeply troubled at that revelation that staff within the department backdated or created documents that didn't exist prior to the auditor's probe. In response, acting DHS Commissioner Shireen Gandhi said she was shocked to learn of that incident and that the agency is now tracing back how it happened.
If somebody directed staff to falsify documents, it is absolutely wrong, not okay. It is it's an HR matter for sure. It may be more than that, as Auditor Randall discussed, and DHS is conducting a full and thorough investigation.
Commissioner Gandhi didn't elaborate on that investigation during the hearing in front of lawmakers. It's also unclear at this point if anyone has been disciplined or fired as a result. We'll keep tracking this issue for sure. Live at the state capitol tonight, Kirsten Swanson, 5 Eyewitness News.
So as I did this story, and I talked a lot about the Somalian fraud, right? One of the things I wanted to expose about this fraud story, as I listened to the Somalian talk about his experience when he came to America, he said, I came to America and I was forced by my community to get welfare. I grew up in Northern California in the San Francisco Bay Area. It made me think about a story. I worked at a very high level in corporate America. I had a Chinese coworker that I had a lot of bills, right? Even though we made a lot of money, I made 6 figures. I had a Chinese coworker who wasn't born in America, right? She was very nice to me. One day she came up to me and she said, I want to give you some food for your new baby because I know you got a new baby. I want to help you out. And I said, no, I'm good. And then she almost came to tears. And this is what she told me. She said, perfect. I'm Chinese, and when we come here, all of my community makes us get welfare. Even though I make the same money you make, I get welfare. You can't get welfare, so I want to share with you. I'm like, how do you get welfare? She said, the Chinese people in San Francisco don't go to the same welfare office that you go to. I'm saying, what? She said, yeah, we go to a special cultural center in Chinatown, and they don't check our how much money we make. Everybody gets approved off top. So I said, when I saw the Somalian, I said to myself, this reminds me of that story about the Chinese in San Francisco. So I did my research and I said, do they have similar centers in Minnesota? Do they have similar centers in Minnesota in comparison to San Francisco? Where if you're Somalian, now remember, I started this report with this video, I started this report with this video of a Somali man. Well, it's loading right now. it doesn't want to help and cooperate. It's okay. You don't got to cooperate right now. I'll come back to you. So I started the video with a video of a Somali man, right? I started the video with a video of a Somali man saying he was pressured when he came to America to get on welfare. It made me go do my research because it made me remember about a Chinese co-worker who talked about going to the Chinatown Community Development Center, CCDC, San Francisco. And there, it's a 503c3 nonprofit housing and civic network. How many of you know about these? And when you're Chinese and you come here and you're not an American, they help you get welfare despite how much money you make. It's called fraud. But Black and white Americans have to go to the welfare office. How many people knew that? But I don't know why there's so many racists in my chat when we as brothers should be on the same side. I think blacks and whites should stop fighting, because what is happening is we are getting our butts kicked by foreigners. I think blacks and whites should stop fighting because we are getting our butt kicked by foreigners. And a lot of us don't know what's going on because we're too busy fighting with each other. We shouldn't be fighting with each other simply because of the colors of our skin. I'm American, you're American, and people who are not American citizens, who don't love America, are coming here taking benefits from you and I and our children because we want to fight each other, because it's fun to say you're black, you're white, hee hee ha ha, I don't like you because you're black, you're low IQ, you're low IQ. And while you have your fun, the Somalians, the Chinese, all of the people who are not American, not black or white, are taking the American dream from us because you want to make a black joke. And if you look on Twitter all day long, black joke, black joke, black joke. And I mean, while we're doing all of this racism, and I think it's the Democrats and the liberals who put these racial lenses on every issue. Everything has to be black or white. And while we make everything black or white, I don't think you even know. Let me share with you my research that I found, and I was surprised. I got a couple things I want to share with you to get wonky real quick. I get into the wonk. I like doing my research. I'm going to get into the wonk real quick, right? I'm going to get into the wonk real quick. So in San Francisco and Chinatown, they have a community development center. In Somalia and Minnesota, in the Twin Cities, they have a Somali community center. Resettlement services, Twin Cities, Greater Minnesota, Minneapolis. What do? It's a 503. They both are 501c3 nonprofit. We know about those on the Democratic and the right. See, everything doesn't have to be partisan, because all of us who watch channels like this, who know these issues, we know about the problems with the 501cs and how they get over and they don't give the money to the fire victims and they pay out. Okay, so let's keep going. Annual budget range. So the people in San Francisco, 35 to 50 million. Varies with real estate projects. Minnesota, Minneapolis, Twin Cities, 3 to 10 million combined with sister local nonprofits. Primary funding, San Francisco Mayor Office, primary funding, Minnesota Department of Human Services, DHS, Human Services. Estimated people served, 3,000 to 5,000 residents in housing, 10,000 receiving counseling, food assistance. 10,000 people go through this center that don't go through the normal welfare program. In Minneapolis, when we talk about 80% of the community on welfare and staying on welfare, you know what's not enough questions being asked, because a lot of us grew up on welfare, know about welfare, and people should be saying, well, how is it that they're getting on welfare and staying on welfare for so long, despite being doctors, despite owning restaurants, despite committing $1 billion worth of fraud? I'm doing this to explain to you, they don't go to a regular welfare office. They don't have regular welfare checkups. They get their benefits through the Somali Community Services, just like in San Francisco, China Community Development Center. They never have to recertify with the state. Are you guys understanding what I'm saying? Somalians, how do we get to Somalian fraud? They never have to recertify with the state. They never have to recertify with the state. They never have to get approved based on their income. They go to a Somalian community center. The Chinese go to a Chinatown community center where they can speak Chinese. Now, if you're not familiar with this, you're going to be surprised. So the Somalians come here, they're not American, they get TPS. We just rescinded TPS. The Haitians are self-deporting out of Ohio right now. The Somalians come to Minnesota, they get TPS, and then they have something called a Somali Community Center. And this is where they go, the white boys and the black boys, the black girls and the white girls who are single mothers who need welfare, they got to go to the welfare office and put their baby daddy on child support. Hello, everybody. Come on, we having a real talk this morning. Let's have a real talk. I know everybody, you should be getting pissed off. You should be getting pissed off. Why aren't Somalian men suffering from child support? Why aren't Chinese men suffering from child support? I can tell you why. They don't have to go through the same systems that are purposely designed and set up to cripple white fathers and black fathers. Y'all didn't know that, huh? So when a white girl gets divorced in Ohio, one of the poorest states, she goes to get welfare. She tells them who their baby daddy is. That white man now is on child support, forever in slavery, forever in debt. And the family stays impoverished. You think the Democrats don't know that? Once that man gets on child support, that family's going to stay poor for generations. A white family, not the Somalians. Same thing with the black people in Chicago, Illinois. Black girl breaks up, goes to get welfare, and she puts her baby daddy name. He now is on the hook for welfare benefits that she's receiving. He has to pay child support. That's not what happens to non-citizens and people with TPS visas who still get American benefits. They still get welfare. But the difference is when an American gets on welfare, someone has to pay it back. And if it's a father involved, you get on child support and you get put in slavery and you get decimated monetarily and you're going to be in poverty. Your children going to be in poverty. But the Somalians and the Chinese never have to go through that. Their women are never made to put their men on child support in order to get welfare because they are not going through the same welfare process. They're able to speak Chinese. They go into the Chinese Community Center in San Francisco, they can speak Chinese and they just having a friendly talk. The Somalians go into the Somali Community Center in Minnesota, they can speak Somali. You know how Ilhan Omar always gets up there and she speaks Somali. Somali is for Somali. Somali is for Somali. Ilhan Omar always says that shit. Somali is for Somali. I am a daughter of Somalia. So they can go to this community center and get welfare, never speak English, never fill out paperwork, and they're not required to put down a deadbeat father. Ilhan Omar has been married 3 times. She's now married to a white man. It is suspicion. The DHS is investigating right now, thanks to media outlets like mine, whether or not she married her brother. So I just want to, the reason I bring that up is because there got to be baby daddies in the Somalian community too. If Ilhan Omar been married 3 times and now married to a white man, so let's get into it, man. What is happening? I am showing you, because I started off with a video of a Somalian man, right? I started off with a video of a Somalian man who said he was forced to get on welfare. Of a Somalian man who said he was forced to get on welfare when he came here. And I wanted to break down how the welfare starts and how and why he was forced to get on welfare and how it works. Well, it works this way because he went to the Somalian center that I'm showing you on the screen and never had to speak English. So they estimate and serve 5,000 to 15,000 people in Minnesota. This is across housing, SNAP, Medicaid, and employment intake. But wait a minute, you guys. This shit gonna make you upset when I break this shit down. I'm explaining something to you. So how the fraud happened in Minnesota and Tim Wolf. So think about this. These people had this hustle going, and then they stole more money during the pandemic. These some dirty, I'm going to just keep going. On welfare enrollment metrics, track number of SRO families, track number of SNAP food, on welfare metrics, not publicly tracked, not publicly tracked. So what I wanted to show you is, as I kept going, the China Community Development Center in San Francisco, funding CC, is a major force in San Francisco real estate and social policy. In San Francisco, like Minnesota, it's kind of hard to find housing, but there are areas in San Francisco that are all Chinese, and they stay Chinese. Do you guys know how they do that? Well, the listings are only in Chinese. Let's say you want to buy the house. It's never for sale in English. You would never see, and it's never posted in an English newspaper. So when they tell you about housing, this is how they make sure that the Chinese have a certain amount of housing always in San Francisco. Just like the Somalians keep that neighborhood, because they never advertise the housing in English. This is the status quo in America. I hope you guys are waking up to these facts. I hope you guys are waking up to these facts, right? The intake function, CCDC, manages dozens of single-room occupancy SRO buildings and affordable developments. They employ bilingual staff who handle housing application, city-funded meal distribution programs, and tenant rights outreach in Cantonese and Mandarin, i.e., the people get these benefits without ever going to a government agency. They go to this 5013C, this nonprofit, where they have Chinese people who speak Cantonese and Mandarin handing out the benefits for free, and you don't get shit. This is the Democratic Socialist agenda. Okay, Somali community resettlement services and Twin City hubs. So the funding pipeline, Minnesota Department of Human Services relies heavily on delegated authority distributing state and federal funds down to the community-led 501c. What did that say, you guys? State and federal funds. That's Joe Biden, that's Kamala, that's Obama, and this whole fraud. The intake function. In places like Cedar Riverside, these centers act as official gateway. When a newcomer arrives, staff members fill out county documentation for Minnesota Family Investigation Program, MFIP, Cash A, SNAP, and Medicaid. I'm going to read that again because this is saying like it's legal to do this illegal shit. Are you guys surprised? Are you guys upset yet? So somebody comes here who don't speak English, who don't know how to write English, so it makes sense they don't know how to fill out the form. It makes sense they don't know how to fill out the form. So they create this 5013C to say, we gave Somalians TPS, we want to help them get welfare and food stamps, but when they get to America, it's understandable they don't know how to apply for welfare. So I created a 5013C, a nonprofit, and my job is to help Somalians fill out the paperwork. Matter of fact, fuck it, I'm going to do it for them. I'm going to fill out the paperwork for them and help them get welfare. As you're hearing this, can you believe it? In places like Cedar Riverside, these centers act as official gateways sanctioned by your U.S. government. When a newcomer arrives, and they don't do this for citizens, when a newcomer arrives from where? From Somalia. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. 19. They built learning centers, but the children didn't learn shit. Then Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. She stole 30 million. Staff members, listen to this. Staff members fill out county documentation for Minnesota Family, MFIP, Cash A, SNAP, and Medicaid. Holy moly, Batman, what they putting on them papers? Something, because they got to stay on welfare for 10 years. But it gets deeper, bro. It gets deeper, bro. Why is this important? It's important because Minnesota is special. What do you mean Minnesota is special? Minnesota is special because Minnesota is one of the highest payout states. So you have welfare in red states and you have welfare in blue states. It's two different things altogether. What you're seeing is the breakdown on your screen is what potentially a Minnesota welfare person could get. They can get anywhere from $1,000 to $1,400 and 10 of cash aid. That's $16,000 a year, $20,000. They can get up to $6,000 a year in food stamps, right? We already at 26,000. Housing vouchers, they can get up to 2,000 a month. Annual value up to 24,000. We already at like $45,000. They one of the biggest payout states. You don't make this amount of money. Let's keep going. Healthcare costs. They can get anywhere from 8,000 to 12,000 per person annually. Something like 36,000. Total encompassing cost breakdown for a family of 3 to 4 for welfare, and they never see a government agency. This is some powerful shit I'm laying out. These people in Minnesota who frauded the government $19 billion. This was their everyday before. This is why Trump resented TPS, because this is what they've been doing in Ohio and Minnesota. So they can get cash aid, 7,000 to 10,000 annually. Food stamps, 5,000 to 8,000 annually. Housing vouchers, 14,000 to 24,000 annually. Healthcare, 20,000 to 35,000. Total annual payout. This is all welfare. This is all taxpayer. This is what the Somalians, $77,000 a year. $77,000 a year in welfare. That's just absolutely bananas. I did my research. I checked a state like Texas. You know, Texas has a cap. Red states, they have welfare, but they have time limits and they have a cap on how long you could be on welfare. You know what so you can never get to 77,000 in a red state like Texas because they have a lifetime cap and a lifetime payout. You know what the cap is in Texas? Like 26 to 25,000 of all-encompassing aid. And in Minnesota, Minneapolis, Somalians were living middle-class lifestyles on the taxpayer dime. I said Somalians in Minnesota were living middle-class lifestyles on the taxpayer dime. $77,000 a year, $2,000 a month in rent from the state. You know how they were living in. We getting Bin Laden money. We getting Bin Laden money. They were living in 4-5 bedroom houses. At $2,000 a month, they living in luxury apartments. They driving Range Rovers. They don't got to pay rent. They don't got to buy food. They're getting $2,000 a month in cash aid, $3,000. That's how they all got restaurants. They got the money from the government to open the restaurant and buy the food. It's all food stamps and cash aid. And they didn't go to a welfare office not one time. They didn't go to a welfare office not one time to get any of these benefits. Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about day 9, day 10 of U.S. attacks. Breaking news, the battle with Iran is entering dangerous new phase as the U.S. intensifies military pressure while fighting to keep the Straits of Hormuz from becoming a weapon against the world. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Iran update, DSA agenda, Democratic Socialists. We just breaking it down today with a great podcast on Tuesday. Double tap, hit the like button.
Good morning. The Iranians are launching new attacks today. Earlier, sirens sounded across Bahrain amid incoming Iranian missile fire. The Jordanians say they shot down at least 5 incoming Iranian drones. This does follow another heavy night of U.S. strikes against Iran. It was the 10th consecutive night aimed at degrading Iran's ability to threaten vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command released a statement saying since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 million barrels of crude oil. They went on to say American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression towards civilian mariners seeking to freely and openly transit the strait. Early this morning, Iran attacked another tanker off the coast of Oman, forcing the crew to evacuate the vessel, according to maritime tracking groups. This does come after President Trump issued a new warning to the regime about killing killing American forces in the Middle East. The commander-in-chief said every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson was asked this week about the possibility of U.S. forces entering Iran. This was his response.
They will face the consequences. I believe there are people in those very areas, and they are not few in number, who are counting the moments until they can welcome them.
The comments come as the Wall Street Journal reports that Iran moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain, an underground facility next to the Natanz nuclear site. The report, based on Israeli intelligence, is the latest to focus on this site. President Trump indicated last week he is considering new strikes against the facility. We're also tracking developments with the Houthis in Yemen, one of Iran's largest proxies in the region. The Houthis say they are implementing a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia. Bill?
Trey, thanks. Trey Yinks in Tel Aviv. Thank you. Dana?
Rich Goldberg, Senior Advisor at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. I know you track this very closely. What's the most important thing you're watching today? Are we in an escalation trap?
Well, I don't think we're in an escalation trap. The question for escalation is, what does Admiral Cooper at Central Command need to complete the mission that he's on right now? It does not appear that we are launching operations to bring down the regime. We have economic tools that are underway to do that, a strangulation via the blockade and other measures. What we are seeing is Project Freedom underway 10 nights in. And so the question the president will have to Admiral Cooper is, where are you on the target set that you had developed for Project Freedom? That's to get shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz. Are we actually seeing shippers continue to move? Can we protect them? Have we degraded their ability? What else do you need to degrade that capability to hit the strait? I think that's the president's focus, because that's what we need for the oil markets, and that's what we would need to bag all the wins of Operation Epic Fury.
Rich, some of your colleagues for the Foundation Defense of Democracies writes this. Tehran has a wartime advantage over Washington because the ruling Iranian elite wants to fight and has been willing to endure far more pain than Donald Trump has. Do you agree with that, Rich?
Well, obviously, the regime does not have political constraints. They don't worry about the oil market. They don't worry about prices for their people. So in that respect, we are always handcuffed politically as a democracy compared to a ruthless dictatorship in Iran. Now, I would say it was probably a mistake to allow people like Ahmad Vahidi, the head of the IRGC, who's behind all of these attacks, to walk freely for the Supreme Leader's funeral. Hopefully the Mossad, others have tracked his movements, other senior IRGC leaders as well. And if they are the key impediments here to getting the Strait of Hormuz moving, you'd have to imagine that's also part of the escalation options that we have in front of us if we think we can get to them. But again, I think the core focus here is not to play the game of disinformation and mind games with this regime. This is about barrels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. It's about who controls the Strait of Hormuz. And then understand that if there are other big ticket items like Pickaxe Mountain that we can't leave alone, that we're not going to get dismantled via negotiation with a regime like this, we are going to have to find a military solution to ensure they don't ever get a nuclear weapon.
Let's dive in a little bit deeper on that. The Wall Street Journal is saying that Israel believes Iran moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain. The U.S. has reviewed the Israeli assessment, and President Trump has threatened to attack the site. Why is that different from the ones from Operation Midnight Hammer?
So I've talked about this site for a long time, as have some of my colleagues. This has been under construction for years now. The Biden administration did nothing about it. In fact, was part of the appeasement problem that let them continue construction of this facility. This is buried deep underground near Natanz, deeper underground than Fordo was. It's supposed to be more hardened of a facility to withstand military strike. It was not hit last year during Midnight Hammer. It was not hit this year during Epic Fury, which has raised questions of whether or not it can be hit by air or sea. So the question now is, have we developed solutions, even if they're short-term Band-Aid solutions, to bury it, to deny access to it? Because this is definitely the nuclear breakout facility that Iran wants. They can't allow that facility to continue.
9-10 days of strikes in Iran. Trump, they said they moving things to Pickaxe Mountain. Donald Trump responds to rumors about Pickaxe Mountain. Double tap hit the like button as you come in, everybody. 10 days.
They may have, we don't have it on record. all we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily. They may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material.
So the centrifuges possibly move the Pickaxe Mountain. We bombing Pickaxe Mountain. They don't got the material, so it don't matter. Trump is handling it. And I also had the Van Jones story. Remember, we talking about Van Jones today, and Van Jones going after the DSA, the Democratic Socialists. We talking about Van Jones and the socialist takeover of the Democratic Party and how people have been ignoring it. And now Van Jones finally saying what conservatives have been saying about the liberal. If you could be honest about this takeover, then you got to be honest about the violence on the left. If you just want to, I believe it's hand in hand. The socialism is hand in hand with the violence. Who agrees with me? I say the socialism is hand in hand with the violence on the left. You don't get the violence that we see on the left without the socialist and the communist ideology. And we've been seeing 6 attempts on the president's life. You seen Charlie Kirk assassinated. You seen violence upon violence from the left, purposely trying to run over ICE agents, purposely causing physical violence in the streets of America. These are all tactics by the socialist left. So if Van Jones can call out the socialist left for their political views, then call them out, man. Call them out for being the piece of American politics, because conservatives on the right have said this violence is unique to the left. This violence that we see is unique to the left. And I say this is another sign of it. Van Jones echoing conservatives when it comes to the Democrats. Double tap hit the like button.
Far to the right and done so much crazy stuff that you now have an equal and opposite reaction on the left, and they are breaking taboos. The Democratic Socialists of America, there's a physics to politics. And sometimes when things swing too far in one direction, they then swing far back in the other direction. We saw that again very recently with the Tea Party movement. Saw this swing to the right with the Tea Party movement, marching, protesting, demonstrating, calling Obama a socialist. In reaction to the Tea Party, another movement on the left emerged.
But he was a socialist. You just told on yourself. He was a socialist. That's the beginnings of what we're seeing now. And now they want to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries. Obama was a socialist, and that was the beginnings of the Democratic Socialist Party. Hello, Van. Double tap hit the like button.
Occupy Wall Street. And you had young people taking to the streets, protesting, saying, hey, the Tea Party's pulling us too far to the right. We want things to move back toward the left.
So Occupy Wall Street was too far to the left. This guy don't even know what he's saying. How many people agree with Occupy? So Occupy Wall Street was too far to the left? No, Van. No, Van. That was a unified front, the American people, of the 1% owning too much. This is the thing with Democrats. They can't never just be straight up. They can't never just be straight up with the fact that, you know, something is going wrong with the Democrats. There's violence and socialism on the left. He has to do this comparison to the Tea Party that's not relevant in 2026. What's happening in 2026, Van Jones, is that the left is violent. 6 attempts on the president's life. That's what's happening. Focus on that, Van Jones. We're talking about the DSA.
They did that. They broke a lot of taboos in the Democratic Party. Here comes these young people with Occupy Wall Street. And they said, no, there's something called income inequality. People hadn't heard that term. There's something called the 1%, the rich, versus the 99%. they introduced a new vocabulary to talk about class, which had been pushed out of the Democratic Party on those terms for a generation or two. So you have this dynamic of something moves too far to the right. Here comes a movement to the left that breaks taboos. You see that dynamic happening now. Trump has moved so far to the right and done so much crazy stuff that you now have an equal and opposite reaction on the left, and they are breaking taboos. The Democratic Socialists of America, it used to be calling yourself a socialist was a taboo. Certainly, saying that Israel shouldn't exist was a taboo. Behaving in ways that put Jewish lives at some risk and some peril was a taboo, but they've broken those taboos. And so politics has to now readjust and reassess in light of these two movements, MAGA now and DSA. Trump has moved so far to the right.
So they try to say MAGA, oh God. But then this is what when you cannot just be honest, that's why he had to come back, and now he's getting bombarded with this information because he tried too hard to watch
this
fine line and not be critical of the Democrats, and it didn't work. It didn't work. He tried to walk a fine line and not be critical to Democrats. Now you're forced to make this statement here because in that statement, you focus more on the Tea Party than you did about what's wrong with the Democratic Party. So now you're forced to make this statement. Let's listen. Van Jones versus the Democratic Socialists. The DNC, the Democrats are falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. What direction will they go in 2026? Do they have a direction at all? Double tap at the like button.
This phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing. But it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody, even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to be is the Democratic nominee. So sorry.
Who said this, you guys? Who said this, Chevalier? Let's go to it right now. Let's educate the people. Chevalier, who said this?
And that is punishment, not on
Chevalier.
the time they committed, because they already served their time when they were processed through the criminal system. It is double punishment. And if we truly believe that double jeopardy is something that is unconstitutional, something that is unethical, something that is against the principles of equality in this country, we cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born.
Run that back.
I want to still ask about two tweets specifically because I think they are relevant to the race. The first is all deportation is wrong. Now, in Congress, obviously, that comes with a lot of questions about immigration enforcement. And even as Democrats might agree with calls that you have shared to things like abolish ICE, I don't know if they're necessarily there on things like all deportation is wrong. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong. And
even if we're talking about illegal entry to the country or someone who may have committed a crime?
So when we're talking about things like illegal entry, we're actually talking about administrative laws, right? We're not talking about criminal law.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Barack Obama set the standard. It doesn't matter. It's still breaking the law. And it doesn't matter that you don't think the law is important. It's still a crime. And it would be a crime for an American, and it would be a crime if we were in any other country in the world. I don't want to hear this delineation between administrative law, municipal law, sanctuary city, and all that. They broke the law. They did not come here legally. They did not come here through the proper process. Let's just be honest, okay? It doesn't matter how you classify the law. They broke the law.
Let me concede the question of people who have not committed a crime, because I think that that's not really the question at hand. Like, if we're saying all deportation is wrong, though, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes, and the reason I say that is because we have a criminal system. It is imperfect, but it exists. And it is one that if we accept.
The criminal system that we currently have is for citizens. The criminal system that we currently have is for citizens and citizens only. This is the dispute. This is the morality debate right here, the ideological debate. And it always comes down to who's going to pay for their ideology, who's going to pay for this liberal, purple-haired protester, purple fantasy, right? Who's going to pay for it? The laws and courts are for citizens and citizens only.
As the process by which we want to engage with these issues, right? The issues of harm, issues of criminality, what have you, then we need to make sure that it is one that isn't also discriminatory on the basis of where people were born, right? To subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system that also detains them in the very same facilities that people who are convicted of criminal.
Where else will we put them? Like I said, how do you pay for your ideology? Where else will we put them? The fact of the matter is they came here illegally, and then while here without being a citizen, they committed a crime. So we house them in prisons because that's where you house prisoners. It's not even making sense what she's saying. Where else do you put a criminal? Like the people who are in the country illegally who did not commit a crime, they still going to work every day. Double tap, hit the like button. There are people in the country who are not citizens, who are not criminals, who go to work every day, who are not being picked up, who are not incarcerated. If they're not on welfare and they're not committing a crime, it's very hard for ICE to catch up to them. Because how does ICE catch people? ICE looks for people with deportation orders. ICE goes to prisons. ICE went to Minnesota State and said, give me a list of all of your incarcerated people. And I'm going to tell you who on that list is not currently a citizen, and I'm going to deport them. That's what ICE did in every state. Minnesota said no. Do you know Tom Homan used to have an office in Minnesota State? When he was working for Barack Obama, the Minnesota State worked with Tom Homan. The prisons, he had an office. They worked with Tom Homan. Tom Homan was very surprised because he never had pushback like this in Minnesota. He had an office in Minnesota. Anytime he went to Minnesota and said, I need everybody who's on Medicaid who's a non-citizen. I need everybody who's on welfare who's a non-citizen. I need everybody who's incarcerated who's a non-citizen. Under Barack Obama was able to deport 3 million people. Minnesota had no problem working with DHS, working with ICE under Barack Obama. These were normal requests. They presented to you in the news like Tom Homan said something new to Minnesota, like there was something different happening under Trump. When in fact, it happened even more frequently under Obama, where Tom Homan and his DHS ICE officers would go from state to state and ask on behalf of the federal government, I need everybody that you have incarcerated who's not a citizen. I need everybody that you have on welfare who's not a citizen. And I'm going to go get them and deport them. That's how Obama got to 3 million people deported.
Convictions are also held, right? And then deported and ripped away from everything they know and love. That is also punishment. And that is punishment not on the basis of the crime they committed, because they already served their time when they were processed through the criminal system. Punishment. It is double punishment. And if we truly believe that double jeopardy is something that is unconstitutional, something that is unethical, something that is against the principles of equality in this country, we cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born.
I don't think it has anything to do with where they're born. Talking about people.
I want to still ask about 2 tweets specifically because I think they are relevant to the race. The first is all deportation.
This is DSA candidate, Democratic Socialist Alvarez of much fame. This is who Van Jones is talking about. This is Bill Maher talking about. She's the one that's famous for saying she would not deport anybody, even if they committed a crime, including murder.
Is wrong. Now, in Congress, obviously, that comes with a lot of questions about immigration enforcement. And even as Democrats might agree with calls that you have shared to things like abolish ICE, I don't know if they're necessarily there on things like all deportation is wrong. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong. And
even if we're talking about illegal entry to the country of someone who may have committed a crime.
So when we're talking about things like
all deportations are wrong. How do you feel about that in the chat? Do you agree with the Democratic Socialists? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Are all deportations wrong? Put a 1 in the chat right now. Do you agree? Are all deportations wrong? Double tap at the like
illegal
button.
entry, or we're actually talking about administrative laws, right? We're not talking about criminal law.
Let me
right?
concede the question of people who have not committed a crime, because I think that that's not really the question at hand. Like, if we're saying all deportation is wrong, though, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes, and the reason I say that is because we have a criminal system. It is imperfect, but it exists. And it is one that if we accept as the process by which we want to engage with these issues, right? The issues of harm, issues of criminality, what have you, then we need to make sure that it is one that isn't also discriminatory on the basis of where people were born, right? To subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system that also detains them in the very same facilities that people who are convicted of criminal convictions are also held, right? And then deported and ripped away from everything they know and love. That is also punishment. And that is punishment not on the basis of the crime they committed, because they already served their time when they were processed through the criminal system. It is double punishment. And if we truly believe that double jeopardy is something that is unconstitutional,
they don't get constitutional rights. Y'all hear the double speak? She keeps trying to weave in the fact that people who are not citizens, who broke the law when they came here, are entitled to constitutional rights. And the Democrats never talk about the cost. The cost. It will cost American citizens to extend constitutional rights to non-citizens who broke the law. Double tap at the like button, ladies and gentlemen.
Went after one of CNN's own tonight, and Van Jones was going viral, in part because of a post that he made over the weekend. It struck a nerve with both the right and the left, right? We showed you Fox, but on the left, well, there was a lot of response to this too. So let me read in part what Van wrote. He wrote, "I'm tired of being told that to be a progressive, I now must swear allegiance to crazy ideas. I'm a strong Democrat with a winning bipartisan track record. I'm rooted in progressive ideals and policies, criminal justice reform, Green New Deal, Medicare for all, free education, clean air and water. Those are ideas I fought for my entire life. But some people in groups like the DSA are pushing an agenda far outside those ideals. Supporting Hamas is not progressive. No police, no prisons, no borders is not progressive. Celebrating the murder of Israeli civilians is not progressive. These ideas are," Van's all caps, "regressive." And Van Jones is now out front along with Gretchen Carlson. So, Van, your post struck a nerve, right? We saw it strike a nerve on Fox News. I saw it strike a nerve among many on the left.
Yes.
Okay. For whom some of those things you mentioned have become passionate rallying calls, right?
Yeah.
But you knew it was gonna. You didn't, Van Jones doesn't walk into a moment like this being like, "Oh, I don't think this is gonna have a splash."
Okay, let me go like this.
Oh, why?
To you.
Why do you say?
Because this was necessary.
Thank you.
This was especially from your voice. Now I'm going to let you respond first because this is about you, and then I can pick up.
Well, listen, I cannot tell you, this phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing. But it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to be is
Yes.
the Democratic nominee. So sorry, DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx
Yes.
in New York.
I just want to say that there was a shockwave through this party when Mamdani, who everybody's excited about, stabbed in the back Espiat, who was the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, beloved by everybody, who backed Mamdani. Mamdani said, "I will back you." Then he turns around, stabs him in the back.
Chevalier.
And back Chevalier, who has no credentials except she's known for having celebrated October 7th murders of Israelis on October 8th and never apologized. This sent a shockwave through the party. People said, hold on a second. Why, of all the people in New York City, would Mamdani pick this person to betray someone? And then no one says anything.
2026, we in the mix. How do you survive this, Democrats? So Mamdani double stabs the Latino. The New York, you can't win New York without the Latino vote. Puerto Rican, Hispanic, all of that shit, man. Panamanian. So he double back and stabs the Latino in the back to support the socialists who don't have no qualifications. The only qualification the socialist got is that she praised the attack on October 7th. Holy moly, Batman. Holy moly, Batman. Doesn't that make sense when conservatives have said about Zerani, the Morani Mondani? Doesn't that jive with what conservatives have warned you about? I played the video of Morani and a Muslim woman who was a high-ranking New York police officer training people how to wear her hijab. Then I told you about Marsha Amini in Iran, who was unalived by the IRGC for improperly wearing her hijab. And I said to you, when I juxtapose these two stories, why would a New York police officer, in my assessment, you shouldn't even be wearing a hijab at work? That's right, I said it. You shouldn't even be wearing a hijab at work.
Okay, so Gretchen,
I'm not afraid to talk about
But
it.
this is why it's so important for him to say it.
Now that seat, though, let's take the example that you gave. Okay, that specific seat that we're talking about is a Democratic seat. So you can put someone as far left as you want or moderate as you want. A Democrat's going to win. So I guess what I'm saying, Gretchen, is does this affect the midterms when you're looking at seats that are not like that?
Yeah.
Seats that are purple where your nominee is not somebody who said the things that Van just
No,
said.
because look at the movement that's been created. It's what the media is talking about. And it's not just in New York. We're talking about Michigan now. We're talking about Colorado. We're talking about a bunch of other states where this movement is going on. And I think it was so important that Van Jones said this, because quite honestly, you were thought of as way over on the left.
I am.
I know. I know.
I'm just not crazy.
And so it's very important for him, in my mind, to point out that this is a very dangerous, slippery slope. And from an independent point of view, where the majority of Americans are sitting, they're scared to death of this movement. They're not going to vote for it. And by the way, I've talked to a lot of Democrats over the last couple of weeks. They are begging people to get out in the primaries for the regular Democrat to vote.
Okay, but where do people like AOC, who is being talked about now frequently in presidential circles, who is very progressive, maybe even more progressive than you are, and has been in all of these circles, where does she land on this?
Well, look, I'll let her speak for herself. I haven't heard her coming out and supporting Hamas. Chevalier, Mamdani's pick, refused to denounce Hamas 4 times. It's a U.S. registered terrorist organization. I haven't heard AOC saying that if someone raped someone and murdered someone, they shouldn't be deported. Mamdani has picked a candidate that's her position. I want this party to get behind the good things that are coming up from the young people. These young people are fighting. They have no opportunities. They've been lied to. They took college debt. They need a change. They deserve a change.
You're talking about healthcare and
I'm talking about healthcare,
rent.
affordability, all these different positive things that they're doing. But if we can't say right from wrong, if we can't say good from bad, if we can't separate progressive ideas from regressive ideas, we're going down the same pathway that has pulled the Republican Party into an unrecognizable shell of itself. And I refuse to let that happen to Democrats.
And the other problem is, and we've talked about this on the primary election nights over the last couple of months, like 5,000 people vote in these primaries. And yet they dictate the outcome and the movement that we're now experiencing. And so you have to put that in perspective. But at the same time, you have to be very concerned about that. So if you, like, independents can't vote in primaries.
Yeah, we gotta
So
fix that.
in this case, it's up to Democrats
Right.
to go out and get
Well, the
to the
concept
polls.
of an open primary would make a huge difference
If they agree with
in the red and the blue, right? And if in both extremes. A Fox News host went after one of CNN's own with Gretchen Carlson. So on Fox News, I saw it strike a nerve among many on the left.
Yes.
Okay. For whom some of those things you mentioned have become passionate rallying calls, right?
Yeah.
But you knew it was going to. You didn't. Van Jones
me?
doesn't walk into a moment like this being like, "Oh, I don't think this is going to have a splash."
Okay, let me go like this
Oh, why?
to you.
Why? Why do you say?
Because this was necessary.
Thank you.
This was very, especially from your voice. Now I'm going to let you respond first because this is about you, and then I can pick up.
Well, listen, I cannot tell you, this phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House calling, thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing. But it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terror. Nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody, even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to be is the Democratic nominee. So sorry, DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx in New York.
I just want to say that there was a shockwave through this party when Mamdani, who everybody's excited about, stabbed in the back Espiat, who was the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, beloved by everybody, who backed Mamdani. Mamdani said, "I will back you." Then he turns around, stabs him in the back.
Back Chevalier.
And
tries to blow up the federal office in New York today, and that's Donald.
Since this year,
A lot of people have been killed by illegal immigrants,
in the
too.
past year,
So
in the
about
past
people
year,
have been killed by
since
illegal
Donald
immigrants.
Trump took office, that didn't happen under Biden's
So let
administration.
me make sure I understand. This deranged anti-ICE leftist tries to blow up the federal office in New York today, and that's Donald Trump's fault. Joe Biden.
Nobody
Joe
said
Biden,
that. It's straw
You
argument.
just gave a long speech about it.
Never
Joe-
said that.
Joe
You didn't
Biden-
listen to
Joe
a word I
Biden-
said, did you?
No one
I
says
did.
that.
Joe Biden.
Apparently
Joe
not.
Biden doesn't enforce immigration laws, and that's Donald Trump's fault.
Nobody-
I'm
No, we
trying to
didn't- nobody
identify
said that.
the end of the Choose Your Own Adventure book where it doesn't end with it's Donald Trump's fault. Stephen is right. They did not enforce the law. And you know who will tell you that? Anybody that works for ICE today will tell you when they were working there under Biden, they were told not to enforce immigration law. We haven't passed any new laws. And today, we had the 14th straight month of no Almost zero. releases
Yes.
at the border. The border is closed. Not a single new law was passed. The only difference is the feds are enforcing longstanding existing law. And you have Democrats now demonizing the people enforcing it. And you have people like this lunatic showing up trying to blow up the federal building.
Nobody's
That's what's
supporting
happening.
this guy who did the firebombing at the federal building.
They may have, we don't have it on record, all we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily. They may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuge.
Used to be on the left side of Pluto, but to have somebody who, you know, their main qualification for being in our party is they were celebrating after October 8th the murder of innocent Israelis, to have somebody in our party get the nomination whose main qualification is saying that there should be no police, no prisons, Israel shouldn't exist. It's a red flashing light. And I think people who have more reasonable ideas in this party are gonna have to start working, because what's happening is the establishment thinks that you can just buy ads and that's going to get endorsements. That's going to somehow help you win. Trump figured out the hard way. You can't win in Iran with just bombers if you have nothing on the ground. Moderates cannot win in these blue districts if they have nothing on the ground. If all they have are ads and endorsements, and they don't have the door-knocking army of the DSA, you're going to see more and more of these candidates. The Democratic Socialists of America, they've got ground troops, and passion matters, and a mobilized base matters. And moderates keep thinking that they can just say shame on you and sign another check. You're going to have to put people on these doors. Otherwise, you're going to have people like this and worse taking over this party.
So what do you advise, Van? Because it sounds like to me that you want that you agree with the socialists, huh? Did y'all hear about this firing? Breaking: Charlie Kirk hater Ryan Clark gets fired midway through show taping. ESPN. Notorious anti-conservative sports commentator Ryan Clark just got the bad news. He is no longer going to be spouting his partisan nonsense on ESPN. His job terminated midway through. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's take a look.
First off, it's the second most ridiculous thing he said this week. The first was standing on campus and saying he wanted to put a statue up of somebody that doesn't represent the people of Louisiana, doesn't represent the players and the students at LSU, doesn't represent the executives that work there. That was the first dumb thing he said this week. This is the second dumbest, right? Amongst a lot of dumb things that he says. Scott Woodard, for whatever he is a man who got Jay Johnson, right? Last I checked, the 2025 Louisiana State University Tiger baseball team was in the White House getting the GAT recently, right? He was there in 2019 when it's one of the greatest college football teams of all time. He also was there when he said, you know what, we're gonna go out and get Kim Mulkey, right? She brings a championship to the school with Angel Reese and with Flau'jae Johnson. And so to me, this is another situation of politicians poking their nose into things that they don't know about. And I honestly believe it was so he can get in front of a microphone and say, look at this connection I have to the president, and he likes to pick winners so he could placate to somebody he idolizes. You don't know nothing about football. There's enough going on in the state of Louisiana that needs to be fixed for its constituents. Well, I don't need you tweeting on Saturday night about what's going on in Tiger Stadium. There is too many issues happening right there under your nose that ain't got nothing to do with sports. Scott Woodard is a good man. Scott Woodard is a man that cares about LSU. In the greatest times, back in the day, he understood what it was like to be a part of a winner, and he's brought more winners back to the school. He didn't miss because Brian Kelly wasn't capable. He missed because Brian Kelly was no longer willing. Brian Kelly was no longer tapped in. Brian Kelly didn't care if the people of Louisiana cared about him, and he didn't care if the players knew that he cared about them. That's where it went wrong. Not in picking a man who was the winningest all-time coach in Notre Dame history. And so for me, it's emotional, clearly, and it pisses me off, but Scott Woodard deserves to pick the next head coach, and the governor should stay out of it.
Fired. 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 Bill Maher just told Rosie O'Donnell and Kathy Lee Griffin the world that it's their fault for being obsessed with Trump.
Should we always be, if at this point, 10 years into the Trump situation, you are still obsessing about his personality, my view is that's on you. Should we always be criticizing, as I do, what he actually does while he's in office? Absolutely. But to keep just focusing on these personality things that we've talked about for 10 years, they're not going to change. That's who he is. I don't care when he calls me names now. It's like the way he does it. It's the way he talks. It's who he is. Of course he's going to hang a tarp on the building. He does these things which you can't even imagine. If you tried your hardest, what is he going to do now? Tarp on the building would never have come to me, but he is always going to do it. And when he does it, I just got to go, okay, well played. This is what you do. And as long as it's something that doesn't really affect me or other people, for real. I don't care about your reflecting pool. I don't care about your ballroom. I don't care what you do on the lawn. You can have UFC fights. You can have sheep grazing there like one president did. You can do anything. You pickleball. I don't give a shit what you do on the lawn. And if you're a person who does, you're just way too into Donald Trump as the person who controls how you think in life. Everything is about him. I'm not going there with you. You know, and I'm winning. And I'm somebody he attacks personally. And I care less than you do. Your life is all about Donald Trump. Mine isn't.
I got Canada up there. Let's go to Canada. Let's go to Canada. Trump lodges tariffs on Canada. Let's break it down. Just in, Prime Minister Mark Carney is melted down after learning President Trump intends to formally slap 50% tariffs on Canada in response to massive wildfires that harm millions of Americans' health. Today, the United States administration announced its intention to impose a new 50% tariff on a significant number of Canadian goods. This is the latest series of unilateral U.S. trade actions that began when the U.S. imposing a series of tariffs in direct violation of the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. Kuzma, the free trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Donald Trump levies tariffs on Canada. Double tap at the like button.
At the Meadowlands in New Jersey, where the World Cup final is going to be played on Sunday. The stadium, look at that, it's covered in this thick haze from the wildfire smoke from Canada and northern Minnesota.
Yep, the smoke is spreading across the U.S., triggering air quality alerts in 20 states.
Chandler Painter joins us with the details on these dangerous conditions. Good morning, Chandler.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I don't know about you, but that smoke overnight still irritating my eyes. And the effects are not just here in New York City. That dense haze is choking areas all across the Northeast and upper Midwest with air quality alerts in 20 states, like you said. Minneapolis's air quality among the worst in the world among major cities. Air quality in Minneapolis entered the hazardous category Wednesday after reaching an air quality index of 460. For reference, a hazardous AQI is categorized as 300 and above. So that's really bad there. Detroit and Chicago are also experiencing those dangerous air quality levels. Take a listen to how some people in Detroit are reacting. Watch.
Got to think about the people who have asthma and bad lungs. We have a friend of mine now that's in urgent care because of the smoke.
My dog has a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and we actually canceled it because my ride is my aunt and she's got asthma.
We're talking about the tariff in Canada due to wildfire smoke. We're talking about Donald Trump lobbying. We're holding Canada responsible. Here's Donald Trump. We're holding Canada responsible for the fact that they have not properly maintained their forests and brush therein, and the United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable. I will call the Prime Minister during my day and find out what they are going to do about it. The cost is incalculable. Canada has refused to engage in basic forest management and debris removal, knowing that such refusal will lead to exactly this result. This is willful negligence, I agree, and becoming a yearly occurrence, costing the United States billions of dollars, which is the cost of this pollution must of necessity, what's causing this pollution, billions of dollars, which causes the pollution necessity, be added to tariffs Canada is currently paying. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. Couldn't see that last part.
At the Meadowlands in New Jersey, where the World Cup final is going to be played on Sunday. The stadium, look at that, it's covered in this thick haze from the wildfire smoke from Canada and northern Minnesota.
Yep, the smoke is spreading across the U.S., triggering air quality alerts in 20 states.
Chandler Painter joins us with the details on these dangerous conditions. Good morning, Chandler.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I don't know about you, but that smoke overnight still irritating my eyes. And the effects are not just here in New York City. That dense haze is choking areas all across the Northeast and upper Midwest with air quality alerts in 20 states, like you said. Minneapolis's air quality among the worst in the world among major cities. Air quality in Minneapolis entered the hazardous category Wednesday after reaching an air quality index of 460. For reference, a hazardous AQI is categorized as 300 and above. So that's really bad there. Detroit and Chicago are also experiencing those dangerous air quality levels. Take a listen to how some people in Detroit are reacting. Watch.
Got to think about the people who have asthma and bad lungs. We have a friend of mine now that's in urgent care because of the smoke.
My dog has a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and we actually canceled it because my ride is my aunt and she's got asthma.
At the Meadowlands in New
is poised to unleash new tariffs, fresh tariffs, on dozens of countries soon as this week, we're told, as the president has imposed a 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods, including cars, alcohol, and dairy products. What is the trade discrimination that is at hand causing the president to hike tariffs here on Canada?
Well, I think it's something that we've discussed with our Canadian colleagues for a long time, and they haven't done anything about it. You know, they're highly discriminatory on dairy products. U.S. Alcohol and beverages have been removed from Canadian shelves. So, you know, this is really just reciprocity in terms of what they've done to our great U.S. companies.
Secretary, this is an incredible week. It's the final week for the House before they're all. The president is poised to unleash new tariffs, fresh tariffs, on dozens of countries soon as this week, we're told, as the president has imposed a 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods, including cars, alcohol, and dairy products. What is the trade discrimination that is at hand causing the president to hike tariffs here on Canada?
Well, I think it's something that we've discussed with our Canadian colleagues for a long time, and they haven't done anything about it. You know, they're highly discriminatory on dairy products. U.S. Alcohol and beverages have been removed from Canadian shelves. So, you know, this is really just reciprocity in terms of what they've done to our great U.S. companies.
Secretary, this is an incredible week. It's the final week for the House before they're all. The president is poised to unleash new tariffs, fresh tariffs, on dozens of countries soon as this week, we're told, as the president has imposed a 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods, including cars, alcohol, and dairy products. What is the trade discrimination that is at hand causing the president to hike tariffs here on Canada?
Well, I feel like I'm back in my top 40 radio days because the hits just keep on coming. President Trump now announcing The United States is terminating all trade discussions with Canada effective immediately. He wrote on Truth Social, quote, "We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, has just announced that they are putting a digital services tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period." Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald Trump, President of the United States, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Well, Mal, well, I feel like I'm back in my top 40 radio days because the hits just keep on coming. President Trump now announcing the United States is terminating all trade discussions with Canada effective immediately. He wrote on Truth Social, quote, "We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, has just announced that they are putting a digital services tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period." Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald Trump, President of the United States, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Well, Mal, well, I feel like I'm back in my
working in farming to get legal status. Do you support that legislation?
I don't know about it. I'll take a look at it.
Last night, the Canada tariffs. What are those a response to the wildfires in?
No, that's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
Tony Murat at DSA TV from Lebanon. Do you still support Syria entering Lebanon to this?
Working in farming to get legal status. Do you support that legislation?
I don't know about it. I'll take a look at it.
Last night, the Canada tariffs. What are those a response to the wildfires in?
No, that's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
New Prime Minister in Canada, new Prime Minister in the UK. Starmer is out. We got a socialist, new Prime Minister. He handed in his resignation to the King Charles. How many knew Trudeau was out in Canada? New Prime Minister in Canada, new Prime Minister in Europe. Double type at the like button if you know.
Fires that are raging in Canada. Canada, and it's caused some air quality issues here in the United States, in the Midwest, on the East Coast. We now have some new reporting quoting a Trump administration official who insisted on anonymity on a call with reporters that the president told his aides to look into additional tariffs on Canada over these wildfires, and he mentioned it.
I told him, I mean, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air. Our air has been poisoned. I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs.
What more do we know about that, Garrett?
Look, this is, I think, a very good example of, to President Trump, the kind of, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. He doesn't have a ton of tools to compel, especially allies around the world, to do the things that he wants them to do. He doesn't like to do the traditional thing of working together with these people. And tariffs are, in some ways, a blunt instrument that can be, depending on the law and the ways that the administration can find to interpret them, fairly quickly deployed to encourage behaviors or to punish behaviors, or just hung out there as a threat. And the idea of a tariff relating to forest management in another country, on its face 2 years ago would have sounded absurd, but that's part of the way the president looks at the world, and it's the favorite thing he has in his toolkit. So if there's a way to apply it, he's certainly going to try.
A federal appeals court has rejected a request by former President Joe Biden to block the release of audio recordings and transcripts from his interviews with a ghostwriter who helped him write his memoir. In a 2-1 decision, a panel of judges found there is substantial public interest in disclosing the material. Special counsel Robert Hur obtained the material as part of his investigation into Biden's handling of classified documents. Republicans in Congress demanded the release of the material when Hur declined to file charges against Biden. Biden now has until August 3rd to appeal the latest decision.
Some breaking news now out of New Jersey, where the governor there says the state's DMV apparently accidentally registered thousands of non-citizens to vote after a software glitch. About 400 of them went on to cast a ballot. Here's Governor Mikey Sherrill explaining how it happened.
Some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway. We have no evidence at this time that any elections were swayed.
How many of you believe that? How many of you believe that? I don't know if I believe that. Let's deeper dive into the 6,000 and the mistake made in New Jersey. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe it.
We are here to share information I learned of a few days ago. In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. When New Jerseyans applied for a driver's license or identification at the MVC, they were asked if they wanted to register to vote. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway. The error in the software was corrected a year later in June of 2024. That is more than 2 years ago. I learned of this last Wednesday, and I immediately ordered my chief counsel to launch a comprehensive investigation. Currently, the Division of Elections is working to ensure anyone who is illegally registered is removed from the voter rolls. Initial analysis shows that fewer than 400 newly registered individuals voted in an election due to this software error. They were
In just a moment, New Jersey's Democratic governor, Mickey Sherrill, says that some 6,000 non-U.S. citizens were actually registered to vote in the state's motor vehicle system. Eric Shawn has some breaking details right here in the New York newsroom for us. Eric, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Jillian, it turns out that thousands of non-citizens were added to New Jersey's voter rolls, and some even voted.
because of a computer glitch. Another state says it's trying to clean that up. New Jersey's Governor Mikey Sherrill says that a software error in the state's motor vehicle system led to about 6,600 people who are not citizens being registered as Garden State voters when they applied for a driver's license. She says even though the applicants answered no on the license and also state ID card application forms, well, the computer registered yes as citizens. She says it all happened under the previous administration of Democratic Governor Phil Murphy, and she's ordered the illegal voters be removed from the rolls.
It's unacceptable that the vendor released software with such a glaring error. It's unacceptable that the MVC took a year to get this issue fixed. And it's unacceptable that no one in the previous administration brought this to light, demanded accountability, or took action when it happened years ago.
Well, the investigation says it found less than 400 of those who were improperly registered actually did vote. And of those 400 that were registered in all the parties, there were Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated voters. They were registered over a one-year period from June 2023 to 24. And elections held during that time, well, they included the state legislature, municipal contests, school board elections in 2023, as well as in 2024, the U.S. Senate, congressional races, and the presidential election, which Kamala Harris won by more than 250,000 votes. And Sherrill herself was elected as governor last year, and she won by nearly 500,000 votes.
This break in just a moment.
In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. When New Jerseyans applied for a driver's license or identification at the MVC, they were asked if they wanted to register to vote. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway. In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in
Well, Democrats in New Jersey, it looks like your voter rolls aren't clean like you said they are, because you keep fibbing. What's crazy is that you say it's an error that 6,600 non-citizens, illegals, have been registered to vote in New Jersey. I'm going to tell you why it's not an error. Because in 2021, Democrats allowed illegals to obtain driver's license, and you get automatically registered to vote when you get a driver's license in New Jersey. You want to know what's wild here? This is why it's not an error. All these Democrats allowed auto registration when getting driver's licenses. And boom, all these people allowed illegals to get driver's license. It's not an error. It's by design, folks. That's why I'll say it over and over and over again. Giving illegals driver's license will go down as the worst decision Democrats ever have done in New Jersey, folks. Audit the damn voter rolls throughout the state. Leave no stone unturned. Every voter roll must be scrutinized. Illegals should not be on our voter rolls at all.
I'm going to play that again. We're going to run that back. That was a great video. That was a great video. Great job, brother. Great job, brother. He said this is why you should not give licenses to non-citizens, because in many of these sanctuary states, they have something called licenses for all. And once you get a driver's license, then you can vote. And it's not just licenses, it's CDLs. And shout out to Donald Trump for making sure that veterans now get priority when it comes to CDLs. Donald Trump, because there is a shortage in truck drivers, Donald Trump made an announcement last week that he's going to prioritize Americans when it comes to CDLs and when it comes to truck driving. Double tap hit the like button. President Trump, best president ever in your lifetime. New Jersey, this is what conservatives always speculated, that in the New Jersey voting rolls, non-citizens have been registered and been allowed to vote because they give out driver's licenses to non-citizens. They give out CDLs to non-citizens. Let's listen to this great video one more time. New Jersey, over 6,000 citizens registered to vote in New Jersey.
Well, Democrats in New Jersey, it looks like your voter rolls aren't clean like you said they are, because you keep fibbing. What's crazy is that you say it's an error that 6,600 non-citizens, illegals, have been registered to vote in New Jersey. I'm going to tell you why it's not an error. Because in 2021, Democrats allowed illegals to obtain driver's license, and you get automatically registered to vote when you get a driver's license in New Jersey. You want to know what's wild here? This is why it's not an error. All these Democrats allowed auto registration when getting driver's licenses. And boom,
Bingo.
All these people allowed illegals to get driver's license. It's
Bingo.
not an error. It's by design, folks.
Yes, it's the design.
That's why I'll say it over and over and over again.
Conservatives have said this. It's a design. It's not liberals being nice. Oh, the liberals are so nice to people who came here illegally. They want to give non-citizens the liberals are so nice. It's not nice. They want the votes. They want power. It's always been about power. It's not about making sure these people have driver's licenses so they can get welfare. It's about power.
Illegals like driver's license will go down as the worst decision Democrats ever have done in New Jersey, folks. Audit the damn voter rolls throughout the state. Leave no stone unturned. Every voter roll must be scrutinized. Illegals should not be on our voter rolls at all.
Do you agree? Do you agree? So blacks can't get driver's license, but illegals can. It's not only that blacks can't get driver's license, but illegals can. It's about the CDLs. You know, if you in America and you got like child support or you got a felony, it's hard to get his driver's license. It's a matter of fact, in a lot of blue states, they prohibit you from getting the driver's license. If you have a felony or child support or you owe child support, you may not even have a felony. You might just owe your arrearages. And you can't get a driver's license, let alone a CDL. A CDL is a commercial's driver's license. And the thing is, today I talked about a couple things. Today we focused on welfare. We focused on Van Jones, the Democratic Socialist. We focused on day 10. I took a little sidebar to talk about the welfare fraud of Somalians. Right, and how it is they got these special satellite centers in places like San Francisco, Chinatown, where the Chinese can go and get welfare despite how much they earn. Right, they don't check how much they make. They got these same centers in Minnesota. It's called the Somalian Community Center. Somalians go there, they speak African, and it doesn't matter how much they make. You know what else they have in San Francisco, in Minneapolis? They have DMV services for people who don't speak English, because Minnesota has something called licenses for all. So you can go to a special Somalian community center, get your health care for free, get your food for free, get your rent for free, get cash aid, and also you can get access to the DMV without ever going to the DMV, without ever going to a state agency to verify your citizenship or to verify your income and whether or not you qualify for welfare. Me and you, white boy, white girl, black girl, we got to go to the state and qualify for welfare. What I presented to you today is that Somalians don't have to go to the state. They go to a 5013C nonprofit and they speak to an African Somalian and they give them everything, including a driver's license. Do you know they don't go to the DMV to get the driver's license? And in California, where we are notorious for handing out CDLs for people who don't know how to read, in California, we give out CDLs to people who don't know how to read. So not only do they give out driver's licenses at these special agencies, they don't have to go to the DMV, but you can get a CDL without knowing. So people might wonder when you hear the stories, how does a person get a CDL if they don't know how to read and they don't know how to write? And you're thinking about your experience at the DMV. Today, I exposed that they don't go to the DMV. They don't go to the DMV. They don't go to the welfare office. In case you've ever truly wondered how these stories are actually happening, when you hear about somebody from Yemen getting a CDL, and you know how difficult it is to obtain and maintain a commercial job, to get insurance, to get a job driving a tractor trailer, because you're hauling millions of dollars worth of goods. You have to be insured. You have to have this training. Americans know how difficult, how important it is. The Teamsters, everybody remember the Teamsters? And how do you feel about Jimmy Hoffa and the Teamsters? How do you think Jimmy Hoffa and the Teamsters would feel knowing that non-citizens don't even go to the DMV, bro? They don't even go to the DMV, bro, to get their CDLs and commercial driver's license. They go to Somalian Community Center 5013Cs to get their DMV. Ain't that some shit? They don't got to go to the DMV, bro. That's how this whole thing happened. He said they got a driver's license, and when they asked them about the driver's license, they said that they're not citizens, but they got registered anyway. You guys listen to how this happened. How did 6,000 non-citizens vote in New Jersey?
Well, Democrats in New Jersey. It looks like your voter rolls aren't clean like you said they are, because you keep fibbing. What's crazy is that you say it's an error that 6,600 non-citizens, illegals, have been registered to vote in New Jersey. I'm going to tell you why it's not an error. Because in 2021, Democrats allowed illegals to obtain driver's license, and you get automatically registered to vote when you get a driver's license.
Bingo, bango, bongo. That's in every Democratic state. You get automatically registered to vote when you get a driver's license. It was the design. The paperwork was set up this way.
In New Jersey. You want to know what's wild here? This is why it's not an error. All these Democrats allowed auto registration when getting driver's licenses. And boom, all these people allowed illegals to get driver's license. It's not an error. It's by design, folks. That's why I'll say it over and over and over again. Giving illegals driver's license will go down as the worst decision Democrats ever have done in New Jersey, folks. Audit the damn voter rolls throughout the state. Leave no stone unturned. Every voter roll must be scrutinized. Illegals should not be on our voter rolls at all.
Did you see it? Did you hear the math behind it? It's a design. Conservatives have brought this up when we talk about Minnesota, when we talk about Joe Biden, and why would they open the border? Tom Homan said it. Conservatives have said it. They opened the border by design. These licenses, all of this was the design to get Democratic votes. How many of you guys know this? How many of you guys are not surprised? My chat, you got to subscribe, hit the like button. Everybody subscribe, double tap, hit the like button. You got to subscribe. My chat, we've already said it. We had Tom Homan on here. They opened the border. They created sanctuary cities. They created licenses for all. It was all about votes because they knew they couldn't win. And then they have you in the streets protesting, risking your life. Renee Good lost her life, and you think it's about some moral ideology. It's the biggest crock of shit in American politics and history. You think it's about liberal ideology. You think it's about racism. It's not. It never was about none of those things. It's all been a lie. It's all been a lie. It was always about power and votes on the side of the Democrat. Why would Biden open the border? Why would Biden open the border? Why would Democrat states and cities create sanctuary cities after Biden allows in 10 to 20 million non-citizens? And then why would they say licenses for all, knowing that Biden just opened the border for 10 million people, knowing that licenses for all would lead to a brand new 10 million voters? Now, who do you think these people would vote for if in Democratic cities is where they're getting all of their rights, all of their free money? This was the plan. It was the plan. Yeah, it was a great replacement. You will not replace us. You will not replace us. Don't come. Remember when Kamala said, don't come? It was a plan. It was all a plan for Democratic votes and power. Let's keep going. Trump administration pauses $1 billion in Medicaid payments to California and Minnesota. Why? We're talking about fraud. We're talking about fraud and illegal immigration. That's why I'm segueing to this story. Why would Trump pause $1 billion in Medicaid payment to California and Minnesota? Anybody want to take a guess? Anybody want to take a guess in the chat? Well, we're going to talk about it. We damn sure going to talk about it. Trump administration deferred $867 million to California and $199 million to Minnesota over high-risk medical claims tied to in-home services. An auditor flagged vulnerable officials cited California's 24% spending surge, double the national average, as a red flag in their crackdown on fraud. States like California defend the growth as due to rising caseloads. Do you guys know that California has lost over 400,000 people? In the last couple years under Gavin Newsom, Tesla's left. A lot of people left when the Tesla Corporation left. We have no more oil refineries. Shell and Chevron left California. 400,000 people moved to Texas and Utah and Colorado. So when you see an uptick of 24%, please keep in context that there is an exodus out of California. You shouldn't have an uptick. Hello? People are moving out of California by the hundreds of thousands. Nashville, Tennessee, Texas, Utah. 400,000 in the last couple years have left California. No more agencies, no more oil refineries. So why is the cost and spending going up if there's less people in California? Double tap hit the like button. But now I love that Trump administration is doing his job and blocking the funds and stopping the fraud, right? Because it don't make sense to me either. I live in California. Numerous family members don't even live here no more. I'm talking about over 400,000 people. There's an exodus in California. And you guys know about it because you live in states and you live around a bunch of Californians moving into your state. Just be honest.
CMS is pausing more than $1 billion in federal Medicaid payments to California and to Minnesota because of suspected fraud and non-compliance. That includes more than $867 million for California and over $200 million for Minnesota. If those states want that money, they need to provide documentation that these payments are legitimate. CMS is pausing more than $1 billion in federal Medicaid payments to California and to Minnesota because of suspected fraud and non-compliance. That includes more than $867 million for California and over $200 million for Minnesota. If those states want that money, they need to provide documentation that these payments are legitimate. CMS is pausing more than $1 billion.
You know, the same thing happened with the transportation. Shout out to other day I talked about Pete Buttigieg did an interview. Pete Buttigieg was the transportation secretary. Pete Buttigieg was the secretary of transportation under Biden, and he didn't do shit. He was a gay man, and he got the job because he drove the bus. He didn't have any experience, but he was a gay man, and that's how he got the job. He got married while in the cabinet, and they had a baby. I don't know how two men have a baby. Two men and a baby, that was a movie. That was a good movie, actually. I think it was 3 men and the baby. Well, that's freaky. Well, that's freaky. Pause. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. He said he wanted a baby. It was 3 men and a baby. I didn't want to do it. Pete Buttigieg, Buttigieg had a baby. 3 men and a baby. I didn't want to do it. Pete Buttigieg, the bus driver, got to be transportation secretary under Biden because he was a gay man, got married, and took a lot of family leave. The reason why I tease Pete Buttigieg because he got married and had a baby is because Pete Buttigieg took an enormous amount of family leave while transportation secretary. Why is this important? Because under Pete Buttigieg,
today we are calling on 2 states.
And from the American taxpayer.
Under Pete Buttigieg as transportation secretary, after he was taking all this time off, this is when you have all of these states changing these laws, allowing citizens to get licensed under the Biden administration in 2022, 2023. That's when all these licenses go out that end up in people being unalived on the highway. Recently, Lodi, recently, Pennsylvania, a state trooper was killed by a non-citizen truck driver. Do you guys, how many deaths do we have in America since 2022 of non-citizens driving tractor trailers unaliving Americans? Did y'all hear about the state trooper? How many people heard about the state trooper? So the new transportation secretary under Trump has also stopped over $100 million going to California because California and Gavin Newsom refused to change the rule.
Because this is a partnership. We need states involved, but there are two states in particular today that we have concerns.
There's a question, right? There's a question on the in
California and Minnesota. We want them to come alongside us.
That's money that should be going to legitimate.
There's a question in California that was supposed to be removed. They wouldn't remove it. So the new transportation secretary has held up money from California. Pete Buttigieg had a baby. He didn't do nothing to stop the proliferation of these CDLs. Double tap the like button. So here it is, MAGA stopping money to go into California for Medicare fraud. And the Trump administration also stopped money going to California for DMV fraud. Double tap the like button.
Blood waste and abuse is $1 stolen from American patients and from the American taxpayer. And that's money that should be going to legitimate health care. President Trump directed us to end this corruption after President Biden and my predecessor, Xavier Becerra, allowed it to flourish. Our job is not just to catch the bad guys. Our job is to stop the fraud before it happens. Today, I have two major announcements. The first, CMS is pausing more than $1 billion in federal Medicaid payments to California and to Minnesota because of suspected fraud and non-compliance. That includes more than $867 million for California and over $200 million for Minnesota. If those states want that money, they need to provide documentation that these payments are legitimate. We use traditional financial verification. We used AI, advanced analytics.
MAGA withholding $1 billion from California and Minnesota for welfare fraud. I put a 1 in the chat if you support the decision. I support the decision. MAGA withholding $1 billion from California and Minnesota for welfare fraud. Shout out to Nick Shirley. Shout out to Dr. Oz and Robert.
Today, we are calling on two states because this is a partnership. We need states involved, but there are two states in particular today that we have concerns about, California and Minnesota. We want them to come alongside us, federal partners, to ensure that Medicaid dollars go to the services that are required by real people with real problems getting real care.
Medicaid Administrator Dr. Oz there and HHS Secretary RFK Jr. with a major fraud announcement at the White House. This happened just this morning, and they are pausing more than $1 billion in Medicaid payments to California and Minnesota over concerns about the rampant fraud there. We've been seeing this ramp up, so we know how bad it is. They say the funding will resume once those states prove they are not making payments to fraudsters.
Today, we are calling on two states because this is a partnership. We need.
Once they can prove they're not making payment to fraudsters, will you think they'd be able to do that? I don't think they're going to be able to do that, bro. I don't think they're going to be able to do that, bro. Last story is about the ICE violence that I showed yesterday.
A man by the name of Andrew Arabaka.
Yesterday, I showed the ICE attack in Manhattan. And we got more information on that guy, and it sounds like reports are saying he had anti-ICE rhetoric on his body. So he definitely was a Democratic leftist, and he was an anti-ICE leftist. And I don't know if you're surprised. I'm not surprised. I said this is part of the DSA. This is part of the socialist left. The violence is connected to the socialism and the communism. If you look at how socialism and communism, look at in China when it came about, how the violence was used to usher in the People's Party, the People's Republic in China. It's always violence. If you study American history, if you study geopolitics, it's always violence.
Today, just before 9 a.m., a man by the name of Andrew Arabaka, Arrabaka, arrived at 26 Federal Plaza, just behind us on Worth Street, at the employee entrance to the building, where he ignited gasoline. He poured gasoline onto the ground and ignited it with a lighter and an incendiary device. That device was a firework, a large firework in a canister. That proceeded to catch on fire, pretty big flame as you've seen on the internet. He then pulled out an airsoft rifle and fired 5 to 7 pellets, if you will, in the direction of 26 Federal Plaza. At that time, Federal Protective Services, 2 officers, a gray suit, a contractor with Allied that is employed to guard this building. And those 3 people, and the 2 officers standing behind me in the blue shirts, are the officers that intervened and took Mr. Erbach into custody. Well, he had him on the ground. An FBI agent jumped in and they put handcuffs on him and took him in the building. He is currently in custody and he has been interviewed. Erbach is a former United States Army soldier. He was enlisted for approximately 4 years, serving from 2001 to 2005. He was a repairman or a mechanic on Patriot missile systems. He is 43 years old. There were injuries in this. 3 people were injured, minor injuries, 1 civilian and 2 government employees. Right now, our evidence response team is out working with NYPD and our New York Joint Terrorism Task Force to collect evidence, to conduct interviews. We have located a vehicle of Mr. Erbach's. We have seized that vehicle. We are procuring or obtaining a search warrant. Mr. Erbach came armed with bad intentions. I will say that 26 Federal Plaza has long been a target of extremists, of terrorists, and today the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Erbach was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives. Fixed blade knives. He had, as I said earlier, 6 incendiary devices or fireworks, and he had some other destructive items. Going forward today, like I said, we'll do.
Breaking news, brand new, did not know that he had a knife, he had an axe, he had 2 axes and 6 incendiary devices. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We're giving you details about the. We're giving you details about the Army veteran accused of throwing an incendiary device at NYC Federal Building. Double tap, hit the like button. Leftist liberals acting out again. We now have confirmation that he was anti-ICE and on the left. Again, we have confirmation he was anti-ICE and on the left. Double tap, hit the like button.
Use bad words, obviously. He is an anti-American, anti-government extremist. We know that from what he said.
Did y'all hear that? Anti-government, anti-ICE extremist on the socialist left. Double tap, hit the like button.
He was being arrested. He yelled derogatory terms to ICE, used bad words, obviously. He is an anti-American, anti-government extremist. We know that from what he said. We know that from what he has said post-arrest. And we know that from what his actions that he tried to take today.
New York City officials revealing just moments ago that a 43-year-old Army veteran is in custody after throwing an incendiary device at a federal building in Manhattan this morning. The exact moment of the attack can be seen in this video from across the street. Officials say the suspect was carrying anti-ICE material and, quote, came armed with bad intentions. CNN correspondent Bryn Gingras is on the scene. Bryn, what have we learned today?
Hey, Casey, yeah, that entire incident unfolding this morning at the building right here behind me, all caught on camera, all part of evidence that is building against Andrew Arabaka, as you mentioned, 43 years old, according to officials. What they say unfolded was that he came to this area with a cart. In that cart were some air-powered rifles, fired off one of those rifles, 5 or 7 pellet shots, and then proceeded to take a can of gasoline and pour it over the front steps to the employee entrance of 26 Federal Plaza here in Lower Manhattan, and then light it on fire. You can see in the video he was arrested shortly after that, and officials say he was yelling anti-ICE sentiments while he was being arrested. Also, there was a sign on his cart that said "ICE off our streets." Authorities, as you said, coming to me, Casey, in that soundbite that you played, calling him anti-American and an anti-government extremist. As you mentioned, he is a former veteran Army soldier serving from 2001 to 2005. We know that he's actually talking to investigators. He did mention that he was willing to commit as much harm to not only the people inside the building, but anyone outside as well, according to authorities. As of this point, charges have not been filed. But again, as I was saying, a lot of the evidence is continuing to build up. We know that they have impounded his car. They have impounded his car. They're trying to now get a search warrant to go through it and continuing to have discussions with Mr. Arabaka. We also know from investigators that they were able to track his whereabouts from the last 24 hours or so, saying that he basically slept on the street outside the Holland Tunnel. So a deep dive into his social media, into his criminal history, any encounters that he had with police, all part of this active investigation, Casey.
So we got updates on the ICE attacks in NYC.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event.
We have an update on the ICE attacks in NYC. Update on the ICE attacks in NYC.
A man by the name of Andrew Arabaka, A-R-R-A-B-A-C-A, arrived at 26 Federal Plaza just behind us on Worth Street at the employee entrance to the building, where he ignited gasoline. He poured gasoline onto the ground and ignited it with a lighter and an incendiary device. That device was a firework, a large firework in a canister that proceeded to catch on fire. Pretty big flame, as you've seen on the internet. He then pulled out an airsoft rifle and fired 5 to 7 pellets, if you will, in the direction of 26 Federal Plaza. At that time, Federal Protective Services, 2 officers, a gray suit, a contractor with Allied that is employed to guard this building. And those 3 people and the 2 officers standing behind me in the blue shirts are the officers that intervened and took Mr. Arabaka into custody. Well, he had him on the ground. An FBI agent jumped in and they put handcuffs on him and took him in the building. He is currently in custody and he has been interviewed. Arabaka is a former United States Army soldier. He was enlisted for approximately 4 years, serving from 2001 to 2005. He was a repairman or mechanic on Patriot missile systems. He is 43 years old. There were injuries in this. 3 people were injured, minor injuries, 1 civilian and 2 government employees. Right now, our evidence response team is out working with NYPD and our New York Joint Terrorism Task Force to collect evidence, to conduct interviews. We have located a vehicle of Mr. Arabaka's. We have seized that vehicle. We are procuring or obtaining a search warrant. Mr. Arabaka came armed with bad intentions. I will say that 26 Federal Plaza has long been a target of extremists, of terrorists, and today the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Arabaka was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives. Fixed blade knives. He had, as I said earlier, 6 incendiary devices or fireworks, and he had some other destructive items. Going forward today, like I said, we'll do more interviews. We'll collect more evidence, and we will, and I'll leave to Mr. McDonald to talk about charges.
What exactly did he say?
This is the ex-wife.
Had said that it was all about his he needed everyone that knew him to defend his character and say all good things about him and nothing negative because it came down to the type of person that he was. I told him that I would not lie for him. Then I asked him if it was him, if he was the one that did it. He said, yes, it was me. I was there. And that it was a justified shooting.
Did he explain to you why he fired?
He had said that Mr. Guerrero had sped at him with a car, and he did it out of self-defense.
I know you've known David a long time, so people know you were married back in 2007, high school sweethearts. You have a daughter together who's now 18. I know, Ashley, and I'm sorry your marriage was troubled, but can you tell me more about his behavior in the context of your surprise or not being surprised when you got that phone call?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked, but I wasn't shocked just for the simple fact of I experienced severe domestic violence in my marriage with David throughout the whole year and a half that we were married. I experienced physical, emotional, mental, even financial abuse from him.
I mean, just to ask the very basic question, do you believe he's someone who should be an ICE agent, armed ICE agent?
No, I don't believe that he's anyone that should be obtaining a job that requires any kind of weapon, just for the simple fact of just, how he's done in his marriages, even, towards his own mother. As a teen, he has always displayed violent behavior, very angry person. And I've said for years that it's only a matter of time before he hurts anybody. I've even gone as far as saying, if anything's ever happened to me, he'd be the one to look at.
Incendiary device outside a federal building that houses a number of government offices, including an immigration court. Eyewitness video shows a man pouring a liquid onto a set of steps before setting it ablaze. The individual was quickly wrestled to the ground, and authorities identified him as 43-year-old Andrew Arabaca. Investigators say they found what appeared to be anti-ICE material in his possession, including a cart that read "ICE off our streets." Authorities say he also came, in their words, armed with bad intentions.
Today, the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Arabaca was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives.
3 people suffered minor injuries in the attack. No charges have been announced, and the investigation is ongoing. In New York City, the FBI says a former U.S. Army soldier set off an incendiary device outside a federal building that houses a number
After the shooting, he told you he was the one who shot Iran Guerrero. What exactly did he say?
He had said that it was all about his he needed everyone that knew him to defend his character and say all good things about him and nothing negative because it came down to the type of person that he was. I told him that I would not lie for him. Then I asked him if it was him, if he was the one that did it. He said, yes, it was me. I was there. And that it was a justified shooting.
Did he explain to you why he fired?
He had said that Mr. Guerrero had sped at him with a car, and he did it out of self-defense.
I know you've known David a long time, so people know you were married back in 2007, high school sweethearts. You have a daughter together who's now 18. I know, Ashley, and I'm sorry your marriage was troubled, but can you tell me more about his behavior in the context of your surprise or not being surprised when you got that phone call?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked, but I wasn't shocked just for the simple fact of I experienced severe domestic violence in my marriage with David throughout the whole year and a half that we were married. I experienced physical, emotional, mental, even financial abuse from him.
I mean, just to ask the very basic question, do you believe he's someone who should be an ICE agent, armed ICE agent?
No, I don't believe that he's anyone that should be obtaining a job that requires any kind of weapon, just for the simple fact of just, how he's done in his marriages, even, towards his own mother. As a teen, he has always displayed violent behavior, very angry person. And I've said for years that it's only a matter of time before he hurts anybody. I've even gone as far as saying if anything's ever happened to me, he'd be the one to look at.
That was the ex-wife from the officer involved shooting, the ICE involved shooting in Maine. And she said they was only married for a year. I think that's the definition of hearsay. They were only married for a year. She claims that he was violent the whole entire time, but she stayed married to him for a whole year. But they were only married for a year. I don't think she knew him long enough to make that type of decision. Y'all let me know what y'all feel about it in the chat. Ex-wife of ICE officer in Maine shooting tells AP he has a history of violent behavior. Let me know what y'all think of that in the chat. Now we talking about today we started off with the 10th day straight of Trump attacking after we suffered casualties over the weekend.
Releasing video of its 10th night of strikes, flying deep into Iran, targeting command centers.
The 10th night of strikes, 10 days after we received casualties.
Central Command releasing video of its 10th night of strikes, flying deep into Iran, targeting command centers, launch sites, and air defenses. Iranian state media releasing its own satellite images, which NBC News can't verify. Iran saying it shows the aftermath of an attack at a base here in Jordan, where 2 U.S. service members were killed Friday and Saturday. 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez and 25-year-old Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan. The Pentagon saying they were part of a long-term mission in the region to combat the terror group ISIS. President Trump posting, "Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over." But Iran firing more missiles, sending another barrage to Jordan last night. The State Department issuing a rare global travel warning to Americans abroad.
LA wildlife experts believe this rescued bald eagle is one half of the big bear's beloved pair. You know them, right?
So that's what we start off reporting today on the and then this is more on the ex-wife. Let me see if I got some more on the ex-wife. ICE involved shooting in Maine and the ex.
I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him talking crazy, so to speak. So I said, yeah, sure you are, buddy. I didn't realize that he was actually working for ICE until yesterday. And I was completely shocked because I'm like, how do you keep getting into these jobs where you're around guns all the time? I asked him what was going on. He told me that I don't need to be answering questions for anybody, that all I needed to know was that it was a justified shooting and that he did do it. And he claimed that this man had tried to run him over. And I said, I don't see that in anything. And I've watched it from all angles. All I seen is how the car was going in circle after the fact. And then he's like, well, I need you to lie about my character because this is what it comes down to is my character. I don't want you talking about any of the abuse in our relationship. This is literally about me, actually. I told him that I was not going to lie for him, that I've waited years to speak my truth. I've been silenced long enough. And
Wait a minute.
It was abuse, not only to me, but to our daughter. I've even
Wait
gotten
a
divorce
year.
from him. I've dealt
I
with
waited
harassing
years
phone
to speak
calls,
my truth.
threats of
Holy
him wanting to
shit.
kill me. I believe that this man was murdered. I believe that David's
Oh
mental
my
health
God.
played a part in what happened. I think what happened was he was standing there during that operation, had a PTSD moment and hit
What?
fight or flight mode. And
What?
unfortunately, a man lost his life due to it.
Didn't respond to text messages or email seeking comment. Unbelievable. Can y'all believe this? Can y'all believe this? What she said? She's a strange wife. They was married for years. What the hell is wrong with you, AP? What the hell is wrong with you, AP? Come on, AP. What's wrong with you, AP? Oh man. Oh man, ICE attacks, man. ICE attacks, man. Can y'all believe this, man? And a strange wife, they was married for what, a year? I think they was married for a year. And now she said, I've been waiting to share my a woman scorned. A woman scorned. That's the definition of hearsay. A woman scorned, boy. She said he called her and asked her to lie for him. And she said, I'm not gonna lie for you. I've been waiting to tell
David
my
called
truth.
you after the shooting. He told you he was the one who shot Duran Guerrero. What exactly did he say?
He had said that it was all about his, he needed everyone that knew him to defend his character, and say all good things about him, and nothing negative, because it came down to the type of person that he was. I told him that I would not lie for him. Then I asked him if it was him, if he was the one that did it. He said, yes, it was me. I was there. And that it was a justified shooting.
Did he explain to you why he fired?
He had said that Mr. Guerrero had sped at him with a car, and he did it out of self-defense.
I know you've known David a long time, so people know you were married back in 2007, high school sweethearts. You have a daughter together who's now 18. I know, Ashley, and I'm sorry your marriage was troubled, but can you tell me more about his behavior in the context of your surprise or not being surprised when you got that phone call?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked, but I wasn't shocked just for the simple fact of I experienced severe domestic violence in my marriage with David throughout the whole year and a half that we were married. I experienced physical, emotional, mental, even financial abuse from him.
I mean, just to ask the very basic question, do you believe he's someone who should be an ICE agent, armed ICE agent?
No, I don't believe that he's anyone that should be obtaining a job that requires any kind of weapon, just for the simple fact of just, how he's done in his marriages, even, towards his own mother. As a teen, he has always displayed violent behavior, very angry person. And I've said for years that it's only a matter of time before he hurts anybody. I've even gone as far as saying, if anything's ever happened to me, he'd be the one to look at.
If anything happened to me, it was him. A woman scorned. We talking about ICE attacks. We talking about ICE attacks in New York, and we talking about ICE shooting in Maine. Double tap, hit the like
In New
button.
York City, the FBI says a former U.S. Army soldier set off an incendiary device outside a federal building that houses a number of government offices, including an immigration court. Eyewitness video shows a man pouring a liquid onto a set of steps before setting it ablaze. The individual was quickly wrestled to the ground, and authorities identified him as 43-year-old Andrew Arabaka. Investigators say they found what appeared to be anti-ICE material in his possession, including a cart that read "ICE off our streets." Authorities say he also came, in their words, armed with bad intentions.
Today, the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Arabaka was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives.
3 people suffered minor injuries in the attack. No charges have been announced, and the investigation is ongoing. In New York City, the FBI says a former U.S. Army soldier.
Let's get an angle of the event right here. Look, here. Yeah. Fire. Nick Lee, he hangs out. He calls another car there. He grabs. There's explosion. So I'm reporting this guy who threw that, started the fire. He is anti-ICE rhetoric on his body. He had an axe. He had a knife. Because you know the left always tries to say it wasn't the left. He wasn't radicalized on the left. No, he was from the left. He was anti-ICE and a Democrat.
In New York City, the FBI says a former U.S. Army soldier set off an incendiary device outside a federal building that houses a number of government offices, including an immigration court. Eyewitness video shows a man pouring a liquid onto a set of steps before setting it ablaze. The individual was quickly wrestled to the ground, and authorities identified him as 43-year-old Andrew Arabaka. Investigators say they found what appeared to be anti-ICE material in his possession, including a cart that read "ICE off our streets." Authorities say he also came, in their words, armed with bad intentions.
Today, the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Arabaka was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives.
3 people suffered minor injuries in the attack. No charges have been announced, and the investigation is ongoing.
No charges. I believe there is charges. I believe there is charges. This is ICE doing their job. This is ICE doing their job. I've been getting a lot of support for ICE. I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat for supporting ICE and sing this song on your way home. Ice, ice, baby. Too cold, it's like ice, ice, baby. Just go back home. Just go back home.
Hey, what's your name, bro? You have family here? You have your phone?
Yeah.
ICE agents doing their job at Home Depot, creating jobs for you. You know, I know so many brothers here lately. I've been seeing them with construction jobs, man. How many of you have seen the brothers in the hood with their little orange shirt on and their local union little t-shirt on? So I have noticed an uptick. In jobs in black men working in construction. Have you guys noticed that? Working for locals, working for unions with this ICE immigration crackdown. They said there's no effect on the economy, no effect on jobs. I think that's bullshit.
Fresh off the back of his meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at the FIFA World Cup final, President Donald Trump on Monday unveiled 50% tariffs on a wide range of imports from Canada. The U.S. administration said it was in response to what it called the discriminatory treatment of American-made cars, alcohol, and dairy goods. The U.S. Trade Representative's office said that the tariffs would apply to nearly $20 billion of imports from Canada. That's about 5.2% of the worth of goods that the U.S. imported from Canada in 2025, according to the U.S. Census Bureau data. The new levies will take effect in 30 days and will include goods ranging from dairy products to cement and hockey gear, among others. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer said that Canada, quote, continues to retaliate against the United States for its efforts to rebalance trade. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said in a statement that his government has made comprehensive proposals to resolve trade disputes with Washington and asserted that Trump's past tariffs violated the North American Trade Pact between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. However, Carney also struck a conciliatory tone, saying that, quote, Canada stands ready to engage intensively to address outstanding issues with the U.S.
So Trump, well, we got wildfires in Canada. We got the smoke proliferating. We got people choking in Detroit. So Trump said we got to charge him. So we charging
Canada tariffs.
Plus, the new Canadian Prime Minister hasn't been very friendly to the United States.
The Canada tariffs. One, are those a response to the wildfires in?
No. That's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
Is there the Canada tariffs? One, are those a response to the wildfires in?
No. That's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. Democrats been taking L's today. Democrats been taking L's. Van Jones, Democratic Socialists, more for Democrat L.
I look at the Senate map for Democrats and it's so daunting. I mean,
oh my,
if Republicans just come home a little bit, they can't win Texas. If Republicans come home in a moderate way, they can't win Iowa. And if Republicans come home completely, they can't win Ohio either, right? Like they are really, when your strategy is counting on other people not voting, and ultimately Texas is counting on people not voting.
I mean, Chuck, look at the races they have to win. Alaska, Trump plus 13. I know he's not there today, but Alaska plus 13. Iowa, Alaska's different. Agree. Agree.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at the map, right, it's like, okay, Maine, fine. I can see that. North Carolina, in a year like this, fine. Cooper's a better candidate. Trump won by 3, didn't win by a lot. But then every one of those other states, Trump won by double digits. He didn't just win. He won by double digits.
No,
that's a hard road.
I will say this. Let me throw one at you.
All right.
And this gets it to, if Democrats win the Senate, what's more likely? Exactly 4 or 6 or more?
6 or more.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I don't see how you
it
don't
either all
win.
Comes home or it doesn't. Yeah.
I just don't see how you don't win like a Texas unless like Dan Osborne potentially wins. Do you know what I mean? Like I just don't the environment would have to be so tilted.
Like it feels like Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska, 2 of those 3 in the same direction.
Totally.
Like almost under every
yes.
Right. So all of a sudden, now I do believe this. I do believe the Senate majority goes through the Midwest for the Democrats. And if they don't get the majority, it's not because of what happened in Maine and Alaska.
No, that's because Ohio, Michigan,
what happens in Ohio,
Iowa.
Michigan, Iowa,
totally,
to a lesser extent, Kansas and Nebraska.
Mm-hmm. I just
feel
think
like 19th century history, the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Sorry.
I just think history often suggests too that like in elections, almost always the toss-ups and the leans go one way. They very rarely, they can, but they very rarely split.
Y'all want to hear that again? I said it's a red wave. This is now Democrats owning up to the fact this is a red wave. Now you got to couple this with the socialists, right? You got to couple this with the socialists.
What stands between you and the promise of AI is the unknown.
The socialists, the socialists can't win, right? You got to couple this information with the socialists, right? The socialists can't win. And then these are two Democratic pundits saying that it looks bad for the Democrats in 2026. And you know what's not being said? Everybody in the chat, you know what they're not admitting? They said if the Republicans come home, the Democrats can't win, right? But you know what they're not saying? 2028. Take a listen.
I look at the Senate map for Democrats and it's so daunting. I mean,
oh my,
if Republicans just come home a little bit, they can't win Texas. If Republicans come home in a moderate way, they can't win Iowa. And if Republicans come home completely, they can't win Ohio either, right? Like they are really, when your strategy is counting on other people not voting, and ultimately Texas is counting on people not voting.
I mean, Chuck, look at the races they have to win. Alaska, Trump plus 13. And I know he's not there today, but Alaska plus 13. Iowa, Alaska's different. Agree. Agree.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at the map, right, it's like, okay, Maine, fine. I can see that. North Carolina, in a year like this, fine. Cooper's a better candidate. Trump won by 3, didn't win by a lot. But then every one of those other states, Trump won by double digits. He didn't just win. He won by double digits.
No,
That's a hard road.
I will say this. Let me throw one at you.
All right.
And this gets it to, if Democrats win the Senate, what's more likely? Exactly 4 or 6 or more?
6 or more.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I don't see how you
it
don't
either all
win.
comes home or it doesn't. Yeah.
I just don't see how you don't win like a Texas unless like Dan Osborne potentially wins. Do you know what I mean? Like I just don't the environment would have to be so tilted.
Like it feels like Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska, 2 of those 3 in the same direction.
Totally.
Like almost under every
yes.
Right. So all of a sudden, now I do believe this. I do believe the Senate majority goes through the Midwest for the Democrats. And if they don't get the majority, it's not because of what happened in Maine and Alaska.
No, that's because Ohio, Michigan,
what happens in Ohio,
Iowa.
Michigan, Iowa,
totally,
to a lesser extent, Kansas and Nebraska.
Mm-hmm. I just
feel
think
like 19th century history, the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Sorry.
I just think history often suggests too that like in elections, almost always the toss-ups and the leans go one way. They very rarely, they can, but they very rarely split.
Red wave. Red wave, baby. Red wave. Red wave. Somebody said Vance projected to win 2028 according to Polymarket short-term woman. Vance is going to walk, if not run, into the White House. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio will win in 2028. And the Democrats don't even have a mission or a direction. What we showed today is the Democrats are falling apart left and right. Democrat Socialist Party, they don't have a mission. They don't have a scope. They don't have a direction. So we did a great show today. I'm very proud of everybody for showing up. The comment section went crazy. Comment section every day. Y'all got to join the channel, become a member so you can get your comment lit up in the chat. The comment section went crazy today. It goes crazy every day. Proud of the podcast. Proud of everybody. Thank you to everybody. Big favor to everybody watching right now. Hit the like button and subscribe. everybody watching right now, do me a huge favor. We coming up on 13,000 subscribers, you guys. It's a milestone for me. 13,000 subscribers. If everybody right now watching hits the subscribe button, we will hit 13,000 today. Straight up. If everybody watching right now hit the subscribe button, we will hit 13,000 subscribers today. It's a huge milestone for me. You know, I started off, you know, just like you, with nobody watching me, no content, developed the channel, worked really hard to develop an audience. I was so surprised when we got monetized. So very proud of everything we've accomplished here. We hit 5,000 subscribers and we went on the run. I mean, we hit 5,000 subscribers and we went on the run. And it just been up since then. Now we hit 10,000. That was a huge milestone. And then now we recently, we hit 10,000, and then a lot of people get stuck at 10,000. So we hit 10,000, and I was very happy with the 10,000, and then we kept going. Now we just hit 10,000 the other month, and now we're already at 13,000. So it's like I didn't expect any of this. We worked real hard to get here. From the top floor, we built this from the ground to the top floor, to the penthouse, to the clouds. Still smelling like a brick right now. Still smelling like a brick right now. So I'm very excited. I'm very happy about the success of the channel. You know what I'm more excited about? The education. Like, we really been educating people. A lot of people don't know a lot about these topics. They are super passionate about these topics, but they don't know much about them, right? And so we've been doing some education. I've been seeing the chat change too. I'm so proud of the chat. I'm so proud of YouTube. I've been seeing a different color in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We got Bridge showed up today and gifted 5 memberships. Get you a membership, man. Bridge showed up today, gifted out 5 memberships. Thank you, Bridge, for that gift of 5 memberships. It's just been a good vibe. It's just been a good vibe on the podcast lately. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's me. I think it's a little bit of me, because the news has been what the news has been. You know, we do Trump news, but I think it's me and my growth in the podcast sphere and how I handle the podcast. You know, you got to think about it. You go from one day, nobody watching you, and then one day I have 500 people watching me. So I've been having to have growing pains and adjust. Going from a couple people watching to now we didn't hit 13,000. We on our way to 20,000. Everybody watching right now got to hit the subscribe button, got to hit the like button, because we on our way to 20,000. After we hit 20,000, you know, the next stop is 50, and then we off to 100,000, and we off to the races. So everybody watching right now got to hit the like, share, and subscribe to get us to 13,000. And the next is that 20,000 mark, man. 13,000, and next is that 20,000 mark. If everybody watching right now hit the subscribe button today, you can go to my channel and you will see us hit 13,000. It's exciting. I've done it before. I got YouTubers that I watch. I got YouTubers that I watch them grow. I support them. And I'm telling you right now, it's a special thing to watch a YouTuber go through his growth spurt and then come into his own and then own that space and own that audience. You guys have been here with me as I come into my own and own the space, own my audience, own the 1 p.m. time slot. Who else is doing what I'm doing at 1 p.m. on YouTube? I own that time slot. I created that time. Now you see a lot of other Black men going live at 1 p.m. on YouTube. Why? Why do they go? Because I created that slot. It wasn't viable. Nobody went live midday. Everybody goes live at 7 in the morning or at night. The only person to go live in the midday, because I had a midday podcast. I had the midday podcast from an OG perspective. So I go live at 1 p.m. I created my own time slot. I created my own niche. I own the space. 1 p.m. Monday through Friday on YouTube belongs to the Perfect Timing Podcast. It's a podcast for political debate. I own the space. If you see politics when I'm on, it's because of me. It's because I created this time slot. Straight up, bro. How we built this from the ground to the top floor from the ground. Still smelling like a brick right now. Still smelling like a brick right now. We created this, man, from the bottom, man. We created this from the bottom. Every day we went live. Every day at 1 p.m., Monday through Friday, talking about politics. And now YouTube has a viable time slot. I've created an opportunity for other YouTubers. Because I come in at 1 p.m. with this content, with this political content from a Black conservative, it's compelling, it's charismatic, it's visually appealing. I created this time slot, bro. Perfect Timing Podcast, bro. And we kicking ass, man. We kicking ass. I mean, not only in the YouTube podcast, but in the Republican arena, man. Donald Trump and the Republicans is kicking ass. We kicking ass. Kick it, eat ass, man. Kick it, eat ass. So I need everybody watching, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. And this is what I want you to do. After you hit the like button and subscribe, go to the channel and see and put it in the chat right now. Perfect. We had 13,000. Everybody watching right now, go subscribe, hit the like button, and then what I want you to do, go to my channel, go right now, open another tab, hit the ellipsis, go to channel, and then say perfect. I want to see in the comment, before we leave, I want to see somebody in the comment section right now say perfect, you're at 13,000. Come on. Everybody watching right now, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and then I want somebody who support the channel. Go to the channel right now and say, perfect, you're at 13K, baby. And 20,000 is on the way. And I'm going to be here when you hit 100,000. Let me see somebody in the chat right now. I want to see somebody in the chat right now say, perfect, you're at 13,000. I'm going to be here when you hit 20,000. And I'm going to be here when you hit 100,000. I need to see that right now in the chat. Come on, everybody subscribe right now. Everybody watching, all 3,000 people watching right now, hit the subscribe button. And I need somebody that's a member, that's a supporter, a moderator. Go to the channel right now and tell me. Put it in the chat right now. Perfect, you at 13,000 subscribers. Come on. It's a call to action right now. Everybody go like, share, subscribe. We on a mission to 13,000. Let me put a banner up. 13K. 13K, baby. 13K. Let me know. I need everybody watching right now. Everybody watching right now, go subscribe. And I need somebody who love me. Somebody who love me. Who love me. We on a race to 13K. I need somebody who love me right now. Put it in the chat. How many we got? Are we at 13,000? Did everybody subscribe? Everybody watching right now, go subscribe. What you doing? Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen right now on your cell phone. Hit the 3 ellipses with your old ass. Put some ointment on your arthritis elbows. Put your teeth in. Hit the 3 ellipses and hit the subscribe with your old ass. You didn't donate. You didn't send a gift. You playing broke. I know your old ass is watching me right now. Hit the subscribe with your old ass. And somebody go to the channel and tell me, perfect, you hit 13,000. That's all I want to see. And we going home. That's all I want to see, and we going home. We going home. We going home We going home, ladies and gentlemen. We going home. We see you tomorrow for All We Do Is Win Wednesday. I need to see it in the chat, 13K. I need to see it in the chat, 13K. Where y'all at? Where my people's at? Where my people's at? I need to see it in the chat, 13K, man. I need to see it in the chat, 13K, man. Throw it up. Throw it up, that 13K in the chat, man. I need to see it in the chat, man. I need to see it in the chat, 13K. Where you at, man? Perfect Timing Podcast. Where y'all at, man? Get the likes up, man. Throw up 13. We on a race to 13,000 subscribers. This is what I said. Everybody watching right now. This is what I need you to do. Hit the subscribe button. Everybody watching right now, hit the subscribe button. And I need one of the people who just subscribed just now, go to the channel, go to Perfect Timing Podcast on YouTube and tell me how many subscribers do we got. And put in the chat, perfect, you hit 13,000. Perfect, you hit 13,000. Put it in the chat right now. Put it in the chat right now. Let's go, everybody. Put it in the chat right now. Everybody watching, hit the subscribe button. We got 300 people watching. We got 300 people watching. I need all 300 people watching to hit the like and the subscribe. All 300 people watching, I need you to hit the like and the subscribe right now. Like, share, and subscribe. Get us to 13,000. Right now, everybody watching, if you're so inclined, after you subscribe, hit the like button. 99 degrees out here in the Northern California, Northern Califas. So what y'all want to talk about on the way out? We on our way out. We on our way out, and we on our way to 13,000. What y'all want to talk about? Perfect Timing Podcast. Big DMA. We on our way out. We on our way to 13,000. All right. We on our way out. We on our way to 13,000 subscribers. What y'all want to talk about? 13,000 subscribers. Hit the like button. Hit the share. Hit the subscribe. 13,000 subscribers on the way. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get the likes up. Everybody watching right now, hit subscribe. Did you subscribe yet? Did you subscribe yet? Did you subscribe? A lot of people be having that in their comments say, did you subscribe yet? Did you hit the like button yet? All right, y'all. I'm going to shut it down. I'm starving. My wife is making some tacos. I'm about to go smash these tacos, man. Taco Tuesday. Hang out with the family. And my back is killing me after a podcast like this, a long podcast. I don't know. We might take a break tomorrow. Come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow, man. I love you guys, man. God bless America. And again, we cast some casualties over the weekend. So I want to say my heartfelt condolences to the troops family. God bless the troops that lost their lives. My condolences. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment to the country. God bless America. God bless President Trump. Rest in peace to those soldiers. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless his family. I will see you guys tomorrow. God bless everybody that's on my side and on the side of right and conservatism in the chat. Man, I want to say salute to you guys. Thank you for all your blessings and your heartfelt wishes and your love and your support. Everybody up and down, Relax and Talk Sports, Eric Jordan Bridge, everybody I didn't mention, all the new people, the new supporters. I know you're thinking about subscribing, becoming a member. Come on and join the Perfect Timing family. It's a family over here. We do this every day in an effort to educate Americans, to create an educated electorate, and to push the truth forward. And we've been blessed to be successful at it. And I would love for you to join us on that journey to 2026 and 2028. We'll be here. See you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Again, bless up, bless up, bless up. This has been the Perfect Timing Podcast. Y'all have a great day. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Remember, tomorrow at 1 p.m., like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We out.